Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I'm your host, Mr. David Knoll, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite Creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. Excuse me, I downed a sandwich really quick. Hey, Witch Moon, how are you? Chloe, how are you? Good morning. I'm a few minutes late. Duggar wouldn't come back to the house, and I just knew that if I didn't let him in, I'd have to excuse myself to go let him in. And so, but anyway, and I was trying to get ready for the 20 minutes after, and I didn't quite do that. You doing okay? Good. Which moon? Wings of Might, Rock Falls, Illinois. Hey, Wings of Might, how are you? I've got the darn heater on tonight. you know, it's uh it got like to 62 in the house today. you know, I was like, yeah, welcome, Wings. I'm not sure if I remember seeing you in the chat before, but if I haven't, that's probably because my mind has been wandering. It's been a curious subject outside now. Oh yeah, I would be out there too, but it's a little too chilly tonight for me at the moment. Anyway, I got the darn heater on. I got the chills. Sometimes being old, you just get the chills for no reason. Usually not in the middle of summer, but sometimes that happens too. Oh, old age is something, I'll tell you. So in my old age, I've been wondering, WO, and I'm wondering in my old age if my mind has been wandering too much. Why? Because I'm listening to other people who don't seem to know what the meaning of the two words are. Now, maybe it's just typos in chat rooms and things, but I've noticed a lot of people misusing the word wonder. Like, I wonder what I'm going to say next, versus wander, like wandering around in the woods, like I did today with Duggar, just unbeknownst to me and him. Oh, is Jody in the house? Hi, Jody. How are you? Or did somebody change their their avatar again, and I can't keep up? All right. Well, look, this is for the late 20, okay? Because I was waiting, and y'all probably beat me to it. But smoke if you got them, and leave you wondering. Oh, Wings of Might is Jody. Well, thank you, Chloe, for keeping me apprised of the situation. I, I mean that honestly. Ooh, that was a good one. Okay, so Wings of Might, Wings of Wonder. My mind is all over talking Michelle's head off. Is that why she didn't call me? You're the reason. I said would be a good Hawkeye night. Well, my spirit guides were listening, and as much as I was trying to get out of it, they were like, Um, nah. And I have been wondering about why people recently um, have been misusing the two words and replacing them. I mean, um, somebody had said something about, yeah, I was just, my mind was just wandering about. Wonder, W-O. And I was like, wait a minute, wonder. And they meant wander, and I listened to things, and I was like, was that just a glitch? And it's happened several times in the last 10 days or something. And I'm just wondering, because I'm a curious person, are people just, is their brain wandering? Did they ever learn? Um, did people, there are sometimes I wonder if people who speak English, and I want to be delicate with this, but I'm actually wondering with an O whether or not they're literate. They talk and speak and type, but some of the words and the uses of the words are like not even close, right? And so, um, and I think that here's this person typing or speaking, and to me, apparently, it's that they seem to have a decent intellect, and but you don't know the difference between the word wonder, like Wonder Bread, or I wonder who wrote the book of love. All right. So musical interlude, sponsored by. Um, I'm sorry. I'm in one of those moods tonight, wondering if the brain is wandering. Exactly, Chloe. Or if my brain is wandering. Like, wait a minute. Because I pick up on the oddest of things, right? And I bring them to you for discussion. And, like, why not? Let's go wandering tonight with an A, okay? Wandering through the universe. Now, so I want to start off because they've been bugging me about this topic for the last couple of days, and I'm like, come on, it's two words. What do you want me to talk about? A lot of people are not literate. School dumbs them down. Yeah, I look at, for example, the speaking of dumbing down, but I look, for example, ads come up when you're on the internet and so forth. And I think I did a video on this a couple of years ago or so, maybe. But anyway, I was like, why does anybody need or want Grammarly? You know? And so they allow the computer to put the words in for them. When if they were to use a little bit of forethought, or maybe because here's the thing, um, there are free downloads like Open Office, and if you misspelled a word or something, it'll throw it up there. So if you're worried about misspelled words or something, and if you don't know enough about grammar, maybe you should take an English course. And I don't mean that rudely, but these people who are, quote, using Grammarly in all these special ways are relying on, pooey, say that again. They're relying on AI. We love you, Bob. Hey, Bob, how are you? Um, they're relying on AI to do the thinking for them. And, so they don't have to wonder with an O if they're using a word in the right context or not, or if it's even the right word. So I I think computers are making people more stupid. I mean, do people know what a synonym is anymore? So here I go. I'm going to do a little teaching here at the beginning at 12:35 a.m. on 4/10/2022. I'm your humble host, Mr. David Null, and this is the first part of this is going to be like an English lesson, sort of, but the definition of wondering with an O. Now, I was very surprised. For example, um, I use DuckDuckGo, at least for the moment. Sometimes they change out. Merriam-Webster.com. 34 synonyms, meaning words like wandering. Um, Adjectives, synonyms, and antonyms of wandering filled with amazement or wonder, with wondering experiences on our faces. We watch the acrobats perform their daring feats. Synonyms for wonder, W-O, amazed, astonished, astound, awed, awestruck, dumbfounded. Well, maybe we should drop the founded part for some of these. Now, the thesaurus has 12 synonyms and antonyms. Wondering, feedback, wondering. See definition of wondering. Inquisitive, awestruck, admiring, awed, fascinated, wonderstruck, wondering. Right now, if I'm thinking about, I wonder how the weather's going to be tomorrow. I ain't thinking awestruck or fascinated or admiring or awed or anyway. Um, you know, I wonder what I'm going to have for supper tomorrow night. Not a clue, because my mind be wandering. Okay. What's another word for wandering? This is word hippo, having a curious or inquisitive nature, feeling or showing, get this, resentful suspicion that one's partner is attracted to or involved with someone else. What? I'm wondering what the person who wrote that was thinking. Adjective, confounded with surprise or wonder, astonished, amazed, astounded, dumbfounded, flabbergasted, awestruck, dumbfounded, awe-stricken, like awed isn't enough, open-mouthed, marveling, marveling, or and wonderstruck. Okay, so that is word hippo. Now the power thesaurus, I always had trouble with that word, has 242 words and phrases. The thesaurus plus has 100 synonyms: speculative, inquisitive wonder, awestruck, marveling, curious, inquisitive, guessing, inquisitive, pondering, inquire, question, concern, suspecting, admiring. Okay, 71 synonyms for wonder. Uh, Admiration, amazement. Uh, Near antonyms for wonder: apathy, disinterest, incuriosity. What? That's what it says. Incuriosity, indifference, unconcern, boredom, doldrums, ennui, Ennui. I don't even know what that is. Listless, restless, tedium, tiredness, weariness, weltschmerz, cheerlessness, dispiritedness, joylessness, melancholy. Oh boy. And that's for the word wonder, a synonym. Now, I'm sorry, but if I used any of those words in what I usually say, I wonder what these people were thinking when they wrote this down. None of these words fit. Apathy, disinterest, nope, that don't fit. Weariness, nope. Tiredness, tedium, nope. None of these words fit as a synonym for the word wonder. I'm just saying. Now, there's 93 synonyms for wandering. Stick to one theme. Synonyms for wandering: desultory, discretional, discretionary, discursive, discursive, excursive, leaping, um, maundering, meandering, rambling, um, coherent, consistent, logical. What for wandering? Um, Here's some more from the Merriam-Webster. Um, disbelieving, discounting, discrediting, disputing, distrusting, doubting, mistrusting. Didn't they said now it's mistrusting. Is there really a difference? Questioning, denying, disavowing, disclaiming, disowning, rejecting, repudiating, belying, confuting, disproving, rebutting. Now, none of those words make any sense if I try to use them as a synonym like cinnamon, in trying to explain the wonderment I have. Now, if I say it was a wonderful day, well, I could have maybe used like it was an awesome day. Um, but all those other words, I don't think so. Uh, maybe it's an automatic spell check. So I don't want to type. Yeah, it automatically changes those. I agree. And if you don't make, if you're like for me, when I use the little microphone dealy, there are sometimes it doesn't really listen to what I say. And so that can be misspelling too, in the fact that the computer thinks I said wandering when I meant wondering. That's another possibility too. But we're relying on the computer though to make those changes for us or to keep up. Now, I want to go over to wandering because I found this kind of um, wandering right off the bat is dementia. It's related immediately to dementia. Like, okay, wandering occurs when a person with dementia roams around and becomes lost or confused about their location. It is a common behavior that can cause great risk for the person, and it is often the major priority for caregivers. It is estimated to be the most common form of disruption from people with dementia within institutions. Okay, now, so it's interesting that dementia is like, boom, there it is. Oh, my mind's wandering. Must be dementia. Be careful with that, right? Because at my age, if you tell someone that your mind's wandering, oh, he's got old timer's disease, you know? Merriam Webster um, characterized this is the word wandering by aimless, slow, or pointless movement, such as that which winds or meanders, not keeping a rational or sensible course, vagrant. Okay. Um, Desultory, digressional, digressionary, digressive, leaping, maundering, excursive. What? I have to discursive. I got to look them words up. But I would not use discursive if I was trying to explain that I was wandering in the woods today. I just don't see it. You know what I mean? There was a couple others in here that really got me. Um, Yeah, Wikipedia immediately puts dementia up there as the to explain the word, wandering. But there's a lot of times me and Duggar go for a walk and we just kind of wander around the property. Um, I'm kind of feeling some of those tonight. Yeah, right, Wings. Hey, I'm here, Witch Moon. I can't do any better than that than to listen to the universe and be here for y'all. Um, Cosmic hug. Okay. About a week or so ago, there was some airplanes flying over, and I mean to tell you, they were putting out some kind of chemtrails. Now I can't prove it. Ever since then, I've had this hacking and coughing in my chest, and I've cut my smoking back, both cigarettes and other. Um, but it doesn't seem to have helped, and it's collecting in my lungs and coughing it up. I had some coughing spells about a week ago that I just wake up in the middle of the night, and I felt like I had a cold and like a low grade fever. Maybe I had, what's that? That viddy thing. I don't know. Regen, how are you, Regin? Reginald, Michelle, how are you? Um, but anyway, um, but has any of y'all been having like respiratory weirdness the last week or so ish? Anyway, it feels like my chest is burning when I breathe in sometimes. And today the skies were clear as a bell. I don't think there was any airplanes up there because windy. It was so windy today. How windy was it? One might say. But anyway, but wandering and wondering. So recently, for myself, in wondering and wandering, um, I'm going to blame this on old age because I'm 69 and three quarters. I had to have a way to bring that up, right? So it's my running joke. But anyway, LOL. But my wondering is like, I wonder how old I can make it. I wonder how old I will. I'll be 70, right? Sooner than I would like to realize, and my brain is just like, there are sometimes I feel old, but by golly, I do not feel 70. I mean, I don't. I feel kind of old sometimes, but I don't feel 70. It's hard for me to wrap my head around that number. And I'm working on the 69 and three quarters to build up for my birthday to like try to get used to this because I look in the mirror and I say, well, I'm getting gray hair and I got I got a few yeah, we're forever. Hey Max, how are you? You don't feel it either, huh? Now, the other day I was so tired, but I'd been down on the river for 4 hours, paddling a 17 and a half foot canoe with my dog, Mr. Duggar, and the wind was blowing like hell. I still need to upload those videos. But I hope you're doing well, Max. I really try to sit in on your shows sometimes, but I get so damn confused. I'm working on it, but I think it's because my mind's wandering. But in the universe of things, though, in my old age, and I'm going to blame it on that, um, I wake up not like scared or like, oh. or doomed or anything like that, you know. But trying to get trees planted, which I did some more tree planting and rearranging and stuff, doing landscaping and putting in bulbs and all that kind of thing, because it's springtime and I want to get it done. But at the same time, it's like, well, so why do I feel like it's such a push for me to do this? Like, well, I really want to get it done because it's spring. I really want to put things in like flowers and stuff. My taters that I put in a couple of months ago are doing great. You know, they're in front of the flower bed. I'm trying to dig up some of the dead gum privet hedges, you know, and anyway, so I'm doing landscaping and doing work that is in a lot of ways is it's taxing on an old man. And I do as much as I can, then I got to come in and sit down and and you know scream in pain for a little while till it subsides. But my question is like, I wonder how much time I really do have, just as a curiosity, not so much as a oh my god I'm going to die. No, I don't mean it that way, because I woke up yesterday or the day before and it was just like, wow, Dave, we're doing all this stuff and trees and fixing up. Am I really going to be alive to see the end of it? I mean, not in some kind of default morbid way, but I was like, number one, it's taken me all this time to get some of this shit done. And it's going to literally take the rest of my life to finish some of these things. And I find it humorous, but at the same time, wait a minute, at the rate, at the speed that I'm going, and at the days that I go wandering in the woods, like this evening, I went down to the river. Oh my God, it's up and flowing heavy um, from all the rain we had the other day. Um, but then I stop and wonder, like, well, does it freaking matter? You know, I got lots of chores and lots of things to do around here. Yeah, but I'd like to finish some of them before I go, just so I could sit back and go, I finished it. I finally finished the porch. I finally finished the work on my shed. I finally finished, you know, I would love to be able to say that. Just sit on the porch and go, actually, I don't have a porch quite yet, but um, I would like to say that I finished something before I died, you know? And it's not, like I said, it's not anything that I'm desperate or, but there's a part of me though that seems like, man, I need to get this done like soon. And then the other side of my brain is going, what you talking about, Willis? Like, why do you need to get this done like now when you didn't give a shit for 38 years? Why is it so important like now, Dave? Uh, well, I don't know. I've been wondering the same thing. So in amazement, in awe, or I'm just like, you know, a little stupid about it. Like, what's all this mess in my head when I wake up? What kind of dream was I having? You know, um, dark and cloudy there. We've had a space. Oh, really? Thank you, Regen. Um, and there's a big part of me that don't feel it, the age thing. But in my wonderment though, so why am I like, why does it feel like I'm in a hurry? I mean, I'm 70, been here for 40 years. Why all of a sudden does it feel like the speed needs to be picked up on some of these projects? I don't know. I'm wondering about it. I'm not stuck on it, but I am a little curious. Like, go on out there, Hawkeye, get her done. Okay, all right, you know. But I'm sore from yesterday. Yeah, but get her done, man. You got to go out there and get her done. Okay. So then when I go off wandering in the woods, wandering, going down my trails, seeing how high the water got, and the river in the backyard's up. The big river, the big o'clock near here was way up past flood stage. It got to 14 and a half feet. And a week ago, when Michael and I went kayaking, I still have to put those videos up of Duggar's canoe trip. But that it was at a little over 6 foot. And within 2 days of rainfall, about 3.5 inches at one location, the river went to 14 and a half feet. So it more than doubled its height in like almost overnight. Within 24 hours, it had rose, and then it crested like another 12 within 36 hours. So anyway, and the water in the backyard, it's up to the top of the banks, and you can tell where the water level was up another 4 or 5 inches on the trees that were where the water's gone down. Expectations we put on ourselves or others. Yep, I agree with that. I think that. Oh well, thanks, Chloe. You think I want to kick the bucket too, huh? Gee, thanks. But so anyway, in the great scheme of things, I thought I'd bring this up in my brain wanderings in the universe because I've had some really, really strange dreams these last 10 days or so, at least a week, last 7 days. I mean, just I am absolutely in another place, and so it's like, okay, I've had those no, but these were like really, really, real. And noticing that I'm in the dream, but wait a minute, I'm in a dream, and I realize I'm in a dream, and I tell myself I'm in a dream. Let's find out where this goes. But I know it's not astral projecting because it's daylight and it's 4 in the morning ish, right? So, what is this dream? Why is it so real? Why can I like smell the air when I'm in the dream? Why does it that I can feel the sunlight on my face versus just watching a movie or something unwind? So there are certain things that is like, wow, there's certain details that have been like very, very, very real, very cognitive in that it almost feels like you could touch it, smell it, taste it. Okay. So that's just interesting to me. So I feel like I have been wandering out in the universe because when I come back here, my brain starts wondering, what the hell are these people on this planet trying to do to each other? Can they not see some of the obvious lies that are just being presented out there? The things about the Bidens and all, we were talking about it back when he was the VP, right? The fact that a bummer shunned him at the White House, and that there are some very strange things going on. So in my wanderings, my guides wanted to like do me an update, and they were like, "Hey, Hawkeye, Dave, you in there? Yeah. Um, we would like for you to tell folks the things that did not happen that were supposed to have happened." And I was like, "Okay, like what?" Well, remember everybody a couple of months ago and a month ago, we're supposed to have this big transition in the middle of March. 1st of March, we're all going to go to another planet, right? There's Earth number two, and we're all going to transition to it. Now, maybe I got left behind with all of my friends. uh, WTF, ladies and gentlemen, right? So I'm wondering, as I'm wandering in the universe of thoughts, well, so what happened with all this stuff? Where is this fourth dimensional, fifth dimensional ship that was supposed to be here by the end of March. Well, this is the 10th of April. Ain't seen nothing yet. Damn, damn, oh baby, baby. Well, I ain't seen nothing yet. Damn, damn, baby. Anyway, link to that um, that musical side of things. But so anyway, in the universe of things, and they're like, so what about this other stuff? Um, well, we were supposed to, aliens were supposed to have landed. Now, I gotta say, there have been a lot of sightings, and this recent one, like today, have you seen the one that something spiraling down over Alaska? I've seen things like that. Spirit said, my ET friends, I am guessing, said, go outside, Hawkeye. We want to show you something. And you see this thing explode all over the air, and you go, holy crap. I've talked about this one before. So, but seeing this spiral thing over Alaska, it's not an airplane because ain't nothing missing. Now, it could be some kind of other country, something or other, but my guess is I'm not sure if it was the good guys or the bad guys. Somebody shot somebody down, and it went down in a ball of smoke, right? Um, oh, I intend to be around for a long time. um, wait, there he goes. There goes Hawkeye again, zoom, zooming across the screen. I'll be one of those little bubbles, right? But so in wandering around the universe, though, we're supposed to have aliens. There are a lot of things that were supposed to have happened by this time, and it hadn't. So my feeble little mind is wondering. And there are some folks who are literally trying um, to ignore the fact that they set deadlines by the end of March, by the 1st of March, by the middle of March, by the 10th of April. Oh, well, I'm still waiting. But, the ET is going to do this. There's going to be the med beds will be here. All this stuff that was supposed to have been here, signs of, ET almost, I ain't seen nothing yet. So I'm still wondering, you know what I mean? So, but now I want to throw this wrench into why some of this may not have happened. Quite simply, it's because of other people, other folks, other influences. Now we have gotten some tremendous blasts of energy from our sun. So whether or not this is going to move us into meta death pods, yeah, envisioning Soylent Green, Max. That they put you in this thing and where they took God, no, it wasn't Ephraim Zimbalist Jr. Why did uh, oh my God. But now I can't think of the guy's name. It was his last movie, and he had eaten his last can of peaches, and so he signed up to go away. But anyway, um, Edward G. Robinson. Did somebody think that? If not, thank you. Edward G. Robinson, that's the one. But um, so in a way, I kind of see myself a little like Edward G. Robinson, only slightly. If you have to go watch the movie of Soylent Green to get what I'm talking about. He's in a little room and he's in a little shop and he's elderly and he's just getting around and and he's down to his last real can of peaches because everybody else is eating Soylent Green. And he'd been telling folks, look, Soylent Green is people. I ain't eating it, right? There's something wrong with it, blah, blah, blah. And nobody believes him. And so Charlton Heston character, he promises that he will follow his body through the process. And at the end of the movie, Soylent Green is people. Well, that's not quite where my brain is, but I can see where Everett G. Robinson was like, I'm here at the end of my life. There's all this craziness going on. They're literally feeding us this green stuff and etc. I just don't want to live if I can't have peaches or whatever, right? Just something simple, nothing grandiose, but a simple can of peaches. And in old age, I can see for myself in wondering what is more important now or yesterday or tomorrow. And sometimes it's as simple as a can of peaches. Honestly, the day I had a can of peaches to, now I'm making this part up, but I had a can of peaches today and my mouth was watering. They were so delicious. I can't remember the last time I had a can of peaches that tasted so good and really made was good in my mouth. So things now, certain things taste like cardboard now, and certain things taste like And so in a way, a little tiny part of me, I'm not trying to give up, but I can see where it's like, yeah, where I just don't even, I don't even want to mess with that. Here's to a point. I had company here for the last 2 weeks, which is it's not his fault, but I was preoccupied in a lot of ways, and busy, which was always good. But the young man had an appetite, and as an older person, I don't have an appetite like other people do. So I was noticing I didn't have enough munchy stuff around just for, hey, I'm hungry. Well, go get you something, right? Cereal, whatever. So they had a deal on, and I wanted to try some of these little different colored cereals, right? They had a deal, three for something, big packages, and the little choco berries. Yeah, okay. I like the puffed wheat ones. That's a cereal I like the best out of the bunch. And so I tasted some of it and I was like, oh my God. I just sprinkled a little bit of these different colored, like uh, Fruity Pebbles or something like that, Lucky Charms, or I mean, different colors of stuff, right? And the sweetness of it. And I was like, people are eating this stuff every day, like, yum, yum, yum. And I was like, I wished I hadn't bought it. I haven't tried the chocolate ones yet, but I'm wondering why people, number one, are buying this stuff when it literally, oh my God, I was just like, maybe I could just eat a little bit. Oh my God, no, I'm going to end up feeding it to the cats or something. But no, no. And there are children eating this like, yum, 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 eat them up, eat them up. And I'm like, holy crap, I would not feed this to my kid. No, or not even somebody else's kid. I'm wondering whether or not I should give it to the cats, But oh my God, I'm going to try the little choco, like Count Chocolate things. It's the generic kind. But to the point though, it tastes so bad. Like, I mean, my mouth was just like, yeah, pooey. Okay, in that, I'm sort of like Edward G. Robinson. I just want to have a good can of peaches or pears. In my instance, I like pears. But anyway, so there are topics that are wandering all through the news cycle, like maybe um, Joe Biden, because of his son and what seems to be the truth, um, is like, oh my God, he's been receiving payments from his son while he was the vice president. What? Oh no, he's the guy y'all wanted. He's the guy that now Elderberry told me this earlier today. We had a nice catch up conversation this afternoon, and let's all send Barry some loving. He didn't ask this, I'm asking. He's in a lot of pain. He pulled his shoulder and did a few things, and he could use some of our healing thoughts, and that he gets his strength back. Okay, and he'll probably be embarrassed that I asked, but our dear friend, when folks need help, we should ask. And he hasn't asked, but I'm asking. So send some honest to goodness, love and healing. I think it's his right shoulder, to be more specific. But yeah, he threw his arm out, and I know that hurts because I threw. I had a big limb. It was the top of a tree land across my wrist and my arm down to the elbow, and it has been very sore. And I can move a lot around a lot more than Barry can, and to try to get some of the kinks out. But when you're stuck in a position and you can't exercise the way you need to get those kinks out, send him your love, okay, and healing. All right, moving right along. Boy, ain't this an interesting conversation? Oh my God, it's 1:12. Is it really that? Oh, we're coming up on a 20 already. Holy crap! I've been at this for 45 minutes. Oh, Yanis loves you. And down the pipe you go. Thank you, Michelle. I've said it and you put it up there. Yeah. Um, yeah. There are times my heart and in my mind, um, like the other day, and I think I might have mentioned it. I said, there for a little while the other day, I was feeling, I was in tears. And I told my friend, I said, there's some deep hurting out in the cosmos right now. I know one thing, it's not me. I'm not depressed, but man, if it's somebody that I'm tied to or in the chat or whatever way, hey this way, then holy mackerel, I hope you're doing okay out there. Cause I just sat here and for almost an hour just wept. I was trying to get over it and I just said, well, sometimes you just have to cry. You just have to let it out. And it went away. I haven't found anything out about what was going on that day. It's been almost a week now as I think back, but it was really, 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 really intense. So I know that there are folks who are picking up other people's vibes. There's a lot of love and hate going on in this world. And for those of you who do Dante, he put out a video with a one of those critters' skulls, which is interesting. And also in that he said, it's one thing for humans and human hybrids to fight for this planet, for whoever's going to, but it's up to the humans to decide what humans are going to do, not ET involving themselves in what is going to happen on the planet. Now, for a long time, we heard, ET ain't going to get involved. ET ain't going to get involved. We got to figure this stuff out for ourselves. Well, that's true up to a point. And for many years, I've been like, my privately saying, hey, look, there are bad ETs down here. And you're saying it's up to us humans to figure this out. Well, we're kind of being snow jobbed here, especially when humans, people, or whatever are looking at things and they're going, well, it's just humans doing it. No, it ain't. We got some creepy creepies who have been interfering with the war on this earth for a long time. And here's another thing. I've been wandering about through the news and things looking for um, anomalies, I guess. And Dante has brought this up. The 2022, 2024 time period was really going to be serious. Well, but there's been a lot of, like, in the recent uh episode of Picard, right? Star Trek. They go back in time to guess what year? 2024. When there is an anomaly that happens, of course, Q has interfered, but the fact that they use 2024 as they go back to fix it. What? I mean, they could have picked 2025, say they could have picked any other year. Just saying. But they picked 2024 as the time when this anomaly would take place. Guess what? In April, right about this time right now. And I was like, it's in April 2024? Well, frick, that's only 2 years away. And hell, this is 2022. April, aliens been talking about, or people been saying. Um, is that just quinky dink? Or is the year 2024 being warned to us, like, hey guys, 2024. Okay, sort of like 2012 was um not necessarily shoved at, actually it was shoved at us, but there aren't any predictions or any Mayans or anything at the moment that seem to be involved with the 2024 change. um we'll see. Things are obviously kind of weird. Oh, back to elderberry. He said that there's a House bill in Congress that's going to, like, decriminalize marijuana. Y'all heard about this? I haven't. Okay. Yeah, did you see that, Jody? Hey, that way. I think I said hi. Which way you going? That way. Anybody chasing you? Nah, that's why I'm going that way. Never mind. I've been doing very well with my cigarette smoking. Um, I'm trying. I've been lasting 2 days on a pack. Okay, good. All right. I thought I did, but my mind's wandering because I'm 69 and three quarters. But anyway, so I noticed recently, though, my smoking cigarettes is like, damn, and I'm not really smoking as much. Like, I'll take a couple of drags off this and put it out. So whatever's in my brain that, plus I've been coughing a lot for whatever this thing got in me. But I know the older I get, inhaling, all these different chemicals and smoke and all that ain't really good for me. I need my lungs to, like, breathe air. you know. Um, like at age 70, I decide that maybe I shouldn't smoke. Like, oh, but I talked to my dear friend Tommy on the phone the other day, and he smoked 3 packs of cigarettes, of non-filtered Camel or Palma. I mean, rolled his own, probably still does, and which means no filter. Not that that's really going to save you. Um, the X over America eclipse in 2020. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. That is in 2024, ain't it? Which is exactly 12 years after 2012. Just saying. But anyway, I don't know of any of these quote predictions because up to this point, ain't none of them come true. You know what I mean? So I'm going to continue wandering the universe. I know that there are bigger things going on. You can just feel it, you know. Dante and other folks. I mean, uh, the ET stuff that I've been uh, witness to myself, and I really wished I had pictures, but all I can just tell you is what I saw. But the idea that folks are taking pictures of ET all over the place, of all different kinds of craft and things, and you know, and it's starting to pop up more in mainstream. Now, way back when von Braun of the famous rocket story, etc., the German Nazi who came to America, you know, um, he said way back before he died in America that there were going to be certain things that happened to like fool America and try to send them into another war, chaos, and all. And one of the things that um, it is, thank you, Michelle. I'm late. Wow. And I got one packed. So, smoke if you got them, 2020. But, and you probably heard this, that there's going to be a fake alien invasion. What if it ain't fake? I'm just saying. What if it ain't fake? Because there's been some just really odd stuff going on. So I don't know. In that, I don't necessarily have any inside information other than some of the things that in my wanderings and dreams and things, I come back here to planet Earth. And it's like a day or so later, Dante will do a video or something related to whatever it was they were showing me out yonder. So I've said this before. I don't know if I'm honestly connected with Dante or not, but it does seem that I have some kind of connection to the Charistus. I don't have no clue what it is, but I talked with some other people and we've had some conversations. And for example, I got this thing in my left wrist, and it just popped up one day years ago. And Dante's talked about it. He's talked about Putin having it. And I can't wear a watch or anything on my left arm. Now, I don't know if that has anything to do with the Christus. It's just an oddity that I was like, what? I got one of them right there. You know, the damn thing is raised up. I don't know if it's the same thing, but, you know, it's right there. There's a little white spot right there. And it just popped up one day. Anyway, so am I connected? I really don't know. My guys are telling me, yeah, dummy. But anyway, this is all I know that there's some heavy duty stuff going on. I know that some of the heavy duty stuff that Dante has showed us, I believe it. I just believe it. In my heart, in however it works out, I believe it. Okay. So um that's that. But I gotta say though, um humanity is trying its best, I believe, to straighten things out. And as Dante said the other day in his video, that, you know, there are nasty ETs involved in this to try to see humanity fail. Now, that's just wrong. You know, I mean, we got enough issues, but quit trying to make it worse for us, you know? If you would leave us alone, we could have a truce. If you would leave us alone, the nasty guys, we could work this out between us. Even if it did mean having a war or a conflict or whatever, we'd work it out. We have in the past. But what a lot of people don't know is ET's been involved with some of this for a long time. For example, the Foo Fighters during World War II, these orbs of light that followed the planes around. I mean, seriously? Oh no, there's no such thing as ET. Well, then all those World War II folks that flew in them bombers and other airplanes over Europe would love to have explained what the Foo Fighters were. So that's just an interesting thing. So there were sightings in World War I of spaceships, spacecraft, and other kinds of weirdness going on. So um, and I would always contend to use this. Humans have done some really nasty things to other human beings, but to make mustard gas, to make these things that literally will evaporate your skin, I'm sorry, but those kinds of things don't seem human. And I don't believe personally that humans would come up with such nasty ways of killing folks, like the plague and things. Um, I think they had help in that. Now, medieval torture and shit, now that's some stuff. The rack, the Iron Maiden, I mean, they had ways of torturing people that I just, when I see it, look at it, understand it, I go, how can one human being, do that to another? Honestly, I don't care, devil, saint, God, whatever. How can you watch people get mutilated, murdered, burnt at the stake, and listening to the cries and the screaming? I mean, I'm sorry. So I'm wondering, did human beings actually come up with this stuff on their own? Or were they prompted by critters to go, hey, this would be a really good way of torturing somebody? You know, you lock them in this thing that's got spikes in it. So as soon as you close it, it's going to start to impale them. And any movement that they make is going to just, I mean, what? Uh, what? So the degrees of torture that humanity has come up with just astounds me. Now, you know me and the Native American stuff. Some of them native tribes, they did some hellacious torturing, okay? But they did it with a stake, some rawhide, the sun, ants. They like to do a lot of burning and stripping the skin off of you while you're alive. You know, but as far as creating torture devices, like the folks in Europe did, and in China too. You just gotta see whether or not they had any influence from these wandering ETs. Throw that in there. But so there is a difference in the brains of people who act in evil ways. Their is bigger. Yep, amygdala is, I believe, is the Leviathan in the Bible. A big makes big, people big monsters. Well, here, Max, I'm going to throw this with you. And maybe that those people with those traits are actually hybrids with some of the other nasty ET in them. That would explain a lot. I mean, here's the cause. The symptom is they go crazy. And so, but that part isn't thrown into the mix, but that might be the reason why their amygdala is. I can't say the word right now. But anyway, yeah. So, wandering the universe for answers. Sometimes the answer's right there. Like, How's your future going to hold out, Hawkeye? Well, I don't know. I'm, taking my meds. Oh, by the way, um, zinc is getting much harder to find in some of the medicine aisles and stuff. Just wanted to toss that out to you. So when I found some zinc, and I've been out a while because I couldn't get it. Um, Now I don't go to the big box stores either, so it might be at Walmart's or Walgreens or someplace, but in the Dollar Generals and some of the smaller stores that usually have a lot of it, two different types or whatever. They had two bottles, small ones that I was like, whoa, they usually got a big bottle of zinc. So if you find some zinc, get an extra bottle. I don't, maybe this is like panic driven, but not me. They run out for 2 months. And for men, you run out of zinc and uh, saw palmetto and whatever for your prostate, and you're suffering. Okay. And zinc is one of the main ingredients that helps to control those issues. So just saying, uh, stock up on your zinc. Also, L-lysine is good for some of these symptoms. And I've used L-lysine over the years to help with other issues. And then I find out that, back when the pandemic broke out, that people were taking L-lysine and a couple of other things, the evectomia, that eye vector thingy. Wow, my brain is wandering tonight. What doesn't want to fire on all the cylinders. But anyway, ivermectin. There you go. That's the word. Thanks, guys. Um, that it was helping the people not get sick. Not working at Walmart, they accidentally created mustard gas leaking bottles on tip of each other, and 5 passed out. Oh, that's great. They may be hybrids, David. Add in a depressed expression of chromosome 8, the God gene, and you have a disconnect. Yep, there is a group of people like that. The Ash. Yeah. Is that the Ashkenazi? Is that sort of how it's? Johan, how are you? But anyway, um, and I think there are some of those groups also, 12 cell salts. Yeah. But so anyway, um, I do believe that there are some folks who are just evil. I mean, they just got it, whatever it is. There's no discussion about it. I'm going to ask this again. We've been in and out of the conversation, but have you all heard that there is a House bill in the United States House of Representatives to uh, abolish or decriminalize marijuana? Have you heard? Raise your hand if you heard. Because I haven't. I'm going to check. I just heard this afternoon and I was busy. But anyway, if so, that's a great thing, right? 12:34. It's one. Well, it is 12:34 here at my house because I refuse to set my clocks up until they make it official. Okay, I ain't changing them twice a year. Mess on that. So, hold that thought. And I'm also doing a thing on orange drinks. Because I grew up with knee high orange. You have Michelle Good. These people may have a very disproportionate amount of power and money. Yes, they do. Absolutely. And they got other resources too, If we For me, I guess it was about an easy 10 years ago, about 2011, 12, 13, in that area where I was having my own um, true shaman journeys and was being taught by a medicine man. And hands on here on a daily basis going through stuff. But the thing about the aliens, there are things in some native traditions that they just, they just know they came from the stars. There is no question about whether or not they're aliens. It's like, yeah, so what? They are our ancestors. And but there are so many people who just don't believe it all, ever, never, ever, never, regardless of what. But there are native peoples who just go, yeah, so what? What's the big deal? So when I started looking at it from their standpoint, now I always believed it myself, in things that I saw as a child and growing up and just stuff, right? And my answer is more about the ET thing in wondering about this. Um, is they'd have to be ETs. It's not that are there. The answer would be, of course there are. No, wait a minute. The big rocks that are cut. You look at the pyramids with these perfect cuts and you go, nah, it wasn't a bunch of people with, stone clubs and copper chisels. Nah. We have to really look at this and go, nah, we had help. Angels, demons, don't matter. Aliens, yeah, that pretty much fits it. Of course we had help. So wait a minute. But there are still people who are trying to believe in aliens or that our ancestry, we did not come from monkeys. Okay, we did not. Um, Dogs are smarter than monkeys in ways, and I love my four-legged Duggar, but I ain't a dog neither. Sometimes I wonder, but he's more people than me and me. What are we doing? We're sitting here having a conversation about crazy stuff, literally. But anyway, so in wondering about the universe, as a child and growing up and doing the shaman thing, you look up at the stars and you go, there's got to be other stuff out there, right? So, in believing things and understanding human behavior and progression and all this kind of stuff, you have to accept that this is what it was. Oh no, 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 no. We're descendants of, apes, or we've evolved from, no, we come from the stars. Come on. Native peoples know it. They believe it. Different tribes are from Sirius. Different tribes are from here or there. Uh yes, absolutely. Dancing our way through the universe. Absolutely that way. And I did something. I'm dancing with water and whatever, but and I use the phrase dancing in that also. That's a good one that way. But in that we're dancing our way through the stars, we dance our way through life. When this life is over, um, you know, the God question has stated, that we shall live forever. And we do through reincarnations. Wait a minute now. Oh, now you're talking about aliens, Dave. Now you're talking about reincarnation. And I know I've been here before. Can't explain it. Certain things I know that I shouldn't know. I'm too good at, without having had any training. Other people, the same thing. So I wasn't the king of England. No, but I may have fought in a war with him. You know, I may have had lunch with him at one time back in the medieval days. But no, I wasn't the king of England, which everybody wants to be some romantic hero. I was, I was Robin Hood. Okay. And I was Maid Marian. Actually, that would have been a fun role to play. I know that I've been a female at some point a long time ago. Uh, and don't know why I know that, but I know there's a feminine side that I have had a reincarnation with. So why not, right? Well, wait a minute, Dave. Now you're really talking. Now your mind is really wandering on subjects. Well, hang on. Hey, back that little bus up. Just put it in R for a second. Keep your foot on the brake because you don't want to wreck. And go. Wait a minute now. So if we accept certain things to be true, like we have all been reincarnated at least once, probably, and probably many, many, many times, and by doing so, that we have been a part of this universe um, for on a molecular level for a long, like thousands, millions of years. We've been floating around out there as particles in space. Well, wait a minute. Well, then some of our ancestors, like the natives, believe we're from Sirius and the dog star and this one and that one. Then hang on. Our energies then collected from the cosmos, and our essences were brought from another galaxy. Well, maybe not another galaxy, but at least another star system, and brought here and peopled here. They brought certain traits, and they were the first, quote, settlers here. And like, okie dokie. But now, for those people who will only talk about the Bible or some religious text, and they just, that can't happen because you didn't use the word God, and you don't have any. We're not talking about worshiping anything. Now, don't that make you wonder? I mean, what? So, as I've talked about before, Native folks, they don't worship things, they give honor to them. But all Christian communities and religious communities want you to worship God. And I'm sorry, I don't do that. I don't worship anything, but maybe a good cup of coffee when you first wake up, right? That first good cup, I could worship that cup of coffee. Um, but as far as worshiping a deity, it ain't happening. Will I give honor and respect to a higher elder or something? Absolutely. It would be stupid not to give credit to your elders. And if bowing and giving your approval and showing reverence to an elder, well, then that would be disgraceful. So, but to honor our elders, to honor those who have come before us, and some of us have been here before, so it's us we should be honoring. you know, Wait a minute, Hawkeye. What the hell did you just say? Some of us were the elders in the old days. I don't know necessarily about me, but I know, and you probably met some of these old souls. Um, and you say that person right there is an old soul. Why would you say that? There's just something in their eyes, the way they look, the way they speak. There's something about them, right? So if they're an old soul, then you're kind of sort of saying, weren't they here before then? Well, do we give honor to these people? Well, the Dalai Lama, he's a reincarnation of another Lama, and maybe Lama Lama, who knows, and a Ram Lama Ding Dong too. I'm not trying to disrespect the man. Just being trying to be humorous tonight on a crazy Sunday morning, by the way. And hope y'all are doing well. um, so people are wondering what the next step is coming. Gotta love that ram along. It's all around. Yeah, buddy. Uh, fraction works too, but a fractal being an exact copy of an original would carry all the experience. Our souls may be fractals of souls from the past, taking up energies as we live. Of the dragon, Tamat. I know that my Chinese sign, I'm a water dragon. Now, a lot of us, all of us born in 1952, by the way, were water dragons. And there's a lot of folks from my generation, that fit that water dragon kind of thing. So, just saying, don't know what it is about it, but they talk about us baby boomers all the time, and a lot of us were born in around 52 and before, of course. But anyway, so what I'm trying to get at, I guess, is that there are a bunch of dragons in there that are mixed in with this baby boomer thing. All of us 52ers. So what does that mean in the long run? I don't know. Where is an original? They're dragons, eh? Were past tense, Witchmoon. I'm glad I'm still here, born in 52. One of the things that I have been wondering about as my mind wanders personally, but I've had this sort of dreamscape thing a long time ago, before I ever had this piece of property. So over 40 years of something about being, and I'm now, after all these years, I'm questioning, um, was my being an elder. I was just going to be an old person who knew stuff. There was going to be new kids on the block that didn't know shit, and I was going to be around to help teach them. That's basically the premise. Okay. Very vague. But I knew a long time ago, long before I got this piece of property, they showed me that. And now that I'm here after all these other years, I'm going, wait a minute now. Here I am, kind of not necessarily teaching folks, but let's have a conversation. Let's learn together about the universe and things. But I actually have been involved with teaching younger people, both in theater and puppets and public speaking and other things, right? And little spirituality along the way. And so, sort of that dream of 50 years ago, meaning when I was about 19 or 20, I was like, now, holy crap, here I am. And it's not the same as the dream, but because you conjure up whatever that message is in your head, you got to make it look like something. So, but what it looks like to now is here at 69 and 3/4, I go, oh, wow, I've kind of sort of became an elder unbeknownst to me. I'm damn near 70. How in the hell did this happen? Then I wake up and go, wait a minute. There are folks who need to understand things. And oh, wow. And I seem to have a lot of knowledge about certain things that other people just don't have. And well, then here I am. Holy crap. That's the dream they gave me when I was 17, 18, 19, somewhere in there early on, right? A good 50 years ago. Holy crap. So for me, it adds up, right? But it keeps me wondering, right? After 50 some odd years of this, did I get the right picture? Because now I'm at 69 and 3/4 and I'm analyzing previous dreams and circumstances and stuff and going, does it really matter? Well, sometimes I ain't got anything else to do, right? My brain wants to work through this stuff. And I think for me, it matters. Wait a minute. So I had all these feelings, dreams, and stuff long time ago, and here I am, and look at the situation around me, and I go, "Holy crap! It doesn't really fit because I didn't understand 50 years ago what I would understand now at 69 and three quarters." So it's like, oh, So there's sometimes only time can teach you. No matter what you try to learn or study or whatever, only time, for me at least, only time has been the consistent teacher because the same lesson will come by. Um, and you go, holy crap, didn't I? Ain't that a deja vu moment right there? Ain't that one of them? Was I here before kind of thing? Or was my brain here before? Or is it just some external nonsense and I'm just making this shit up? Um, but hard to believe you're going to be 70. I know, Johan. I know it's hard to me, and I don't really look that young, honestly. I think they're just people who look older than me. Did you catch that? I don't look so old, but other people do. Okay, but and my actions speak louder than my words sometimes. I mean, I'm 70, and this young man of 25 is trying to keep. He did keep up with me. Don't get me wrong, but I'm pushing a 17 and a half foot canoe. He's paddling a 10-foot kayak. He did great. My point is, at 70, I was paddling all around with a dog and fighting the wind, and and so he was like, "So, what'd you think of the paddle, Michael?" And I liked it, but I got to admit, he says, "I'm tired," and I was like, "Oh, really? Oh." And I never really thought about tired because I've been down this stretch of water before. But you know, then I asked him. I said, "Was it too much?" I said, "I paddle this stretch all the time. It's normal to me. Was it too much for you?" And he goes, "No, it was okay." And then heard, but I sure am tired. And I was like, maybe this kayak trip that's only a couple of miles, and the river's not really that fast through there, and it's fairly leisurely paddling. But maybe for someone who's not really paddled, Mr. Dave, you know, you being 70 and you just think this is just routine, it may not be for someone half your age or less, And I was like, oh, but I haven't but he was the first one that took me up on going kayaking, right? So I was like, well, but I had to ask, so how was your first trip? Things change when you yeah, who's counting anyway? When you die, they say his number was up. Yep. Someone asked me a question and they were like, if you found out tomorrow that you had cancer, what would you change? And I said, probably not a lot of anything. Because it would depend on where that scale of stuff was or necessary, whatever. But I think I'd still be paddling. I'd still be looking for an adventure. I'd still be going on little random wanderings in my woods with the dog, my dear four-legged. I mean, I would still live life as much as possible because wandering through the universe after I don't know how many times I have like been reincarnated. I just know there are certain times or feelings or places that, not necessarily specific times in history, but the medieval ages with swords and stuff like that. Yeah. I was somewhere here in the United States uh, after like 1700s on. I have been to Andersonville Prison in Andersonville, Georgia, and sat there on the hill and could swear that I had been a northern um, prisoner for the South at Andersonville, or it was very strange. Or there was an entity there that, while sitting on the hill there, as the sun was going down, I could literally see the small smoke fires and stuff inside the prison. It was a surreal vision being there, could smell it while being there, sitting on the hill. So, but there are certain periods of time where I just, okay. But now for other people, um, thank you very much, Chloe. Wait, what? I was trying to keep up and then it got going. Hey, Dominic. And y'all know I do this for the compliments, right? I do this for the compliments. I go hiking to relax them both. Yeah, and see, for me, Max, when my lower back got hurt so bad, I really had trouble walking. Although I've been doing more walking, like tonight, I went all the way down to the river and back, and I carried stuff back. And me and Duggar wandered back and forth, and that wasn't all that I did today. So, but the fact that I was able, since I've got trails open now, to make it down there and back like I used to could, I'm getting more exercise, and my back still hurts, but because I couldn't hike like I used to could, that's why I went to paddling. First, always the canoe, but then as kayak started getting, I got my first kayak in 2012, I think, and the vision they showed you was through spiritual eyes, but your vision of what is now was created then. Yeah, right. What I'm trying to explain, in that is that, you know, I talk about my mother Mary experience when I was 11 or 12. And she just frankly said, you're going to get spit on, kicked on, and, called a blasphemer, and you're going to have to leave the church and all this other kind of stuff. And people are going to hate you. But, you're going to be talking about things that people are going to need to understand about spirituality. And I'm 11 years old. What the hell do I know about this stuff? So, and at the same time, there were things that were shown to me through that. It's something about being an old man sitting around. Now, my vision of this as a kid, young age, was sitting around a campfire. Like I had elders when I sat around a campfire and sitting out and telling stories, but talking about how things used to be. Stories about how the pioneers came, stories about Steve, how are you? Man, and we got a whole group of folks. Johan, I just let my inside shine. I have mirrors and know how old I look, but it's, yeah, needy of this night. Yeah, that's what I understand too, that way. Now, are we half souls whole? I don't, but I know that our essence can be held in a molecule if necessary. And if that molecule happens to, land on a child when he's being born, male or female. And I think that might be one of the things that's so confusing uh, to today's young people. Now, I remember something. I was listening to this young man who was talking about that he wanted to be a woman, that he wanted to be snipped and tied and whatever, and he wanted to be a girl. And he was like 13 or 14. And I remember, I thought, you know what? I went through a period of time. Now, I have not talked about this to anyone, and but I've talked about all kinds of other stuff. So why not? Right. And it was a long time ago. But here's the point, though. I was a confused teenager, too. All right. And here's the thing. Why? Well, when I was 12, 13, 14, somewhere in there, I had issues where my nipples were hard and they literally leaked fluid. Okay. My nipples would get so hard and puffy, I would literally have to squeeze them. I don't know if it was milk or not. Hey, Tracy, but something was coming out of me. And I honestly did not know, never asked anybody. I have never discussed it until this moment, like 60 years later, almost 55 years later. And I thought to myself, I went through a period of time because I was afraid to ask somebody, why are my nipples hard? And why is there like milky stuff coming out? Now that this was, would have been 62, that'd been 10, 62, like 1965, 1966. You just didn't go ask that question to anybody. You just didn't, okay? Um, but in thinking back on it, I was like, I didn't know whether or not I was a girl. I couldn't figure it out. But there were these rumors of hermaphrodites that were men and women. And I was like, I was more worried about whether or not my boobs were going to grow. Was I going to have a rack? Was I one of them hermaphrodites, that they talked about? Uh, you were born in 65? My son is gay drag queen. You're needy right now? That's an interesting point, Dominic. Now, since I've been talking about my 12-year-old breast, nipples hard and so forth, um, I never honestly thought I'd make it to 69 and three quarters. So I didn't think I'd have this issue. 55. We're almost the same, Steve. 75. Your last statement, Dominic, I think is both. Or is love want or just is? It's both. I think that for me, over the many years, I generally and honestly love everybody. I mean, I, I when my friend was here, and I'm just talking to people coming in the door at the store, and I'm talking to people in this, and I don't know any of these folk, right? The lady behind the counter, I've been in the store a few times, I always try to speak to her by name if she's got a badge on and I can remember, but and I realized when we got in the truck, I was like, I'll talk to just about anybody, anywhere, at any point. And y'all will get a kick out of this, but I was in Albany dropping him off at the bus station, which ain't a bus station, it's the back lot of the parking lot of the Civic Center right now. But anyway, um, I stopped to get gas to come home, and there's like 65 or 70% black in Albany. I don't have I don't have issue with it. I've known some wonderful black folks in Albany, have done a lot of work up there with puppet shows and things, and was recounting, oh my God, I haven't been to Albany in years. And see that park right there? I did the I did a whole um, um, afternoon of puppet shows and storytelling to open up Turtle Park up there. And I was there when they opened up that park right there, the Veterans Park. You see that little call? It rained that day, but I was still there, and I was reminiscing. Oh, you see the Civic Center? I've done puppet shows in there 3 or 4 times. I mean, wow. He tried to keep backward, but he doesn't love me. Here's the thing about love. So I've learned that genuinely, I do love folks, and that love is, but love with a person, an individual. Now, for me, it was a woman. Couldn't find that. I looked for love in all of them wrong places. Oh, to finish the story about in when I came out of the store and I'm getting gas and I hear this guy goes, hey, you, hey. He said, hey, you gonna buy me a drink, huh? And I said, no, I ain't gonna buy a black gentleman, right? And he goes, well, you know who I'm talking to, right? And I was waving at him and having a chat, and he was kind of hollering like across up 15, 20 feet away, right? And I'm putting gas in the truck. I was not filling up. I didn't have that kind of money. But anyway, so he goes, no, Willie, man, sing me a song. And I went, oh, shit. He said, man, you look just like Willie Nelson. He said, sing me a song, Willie. But I was like, oh, holy crap. How many times have y'all and other people have said that I look like Willie? Now, here's this nice black gentleman in the evening time. He wasn't drunk or anything, but he was like, hey, Willie. I was like, oh, man. So even when I ain't talking to somebody, it seems like somebody will talk to me. That's my point. But he did it in a loving way. He was smiling and joking and laughing. Never met this guy, right? So whatever it is, maybe it's my good intentions and maybe it's my aura or whatever. But I met a guy in the same store a couple of nights earlier, and he didn't necessarily like me talking to him. So I just like, not everybody likes to have conversation. But anyway, and I wonder about that sometimes too, where some people are easy to talk to. Like there was a gentleman in line and he dropped something. I said, I'll get that for you. He was like, no, I'll get it. And I was like, I wasn't going to steal it. I was just going to get it for you. And he's like, well, that's not what I thought. He said, I just, I dropped it. I should get it. And I was like, okay. But, so people's opinions. So keeping with the theme, you wonder what people are thinking in those types of instances. Like, did the guy like feel threatened by me? Was I gonna? I I try not to be threatening, but what was somehow has he been threatened by? He was black, I was white. Did he feel threatened by white people before? Was there some kind of white black from his point of view? And I was just, being me in the store, like, hi, how you doing over there, buddy? And hey, how did you scratch off? Did you win anything? Well, it's none of your business. I just, so sometimes being friendly is not necessarily accepted right everywhere. But I go with love in my heart, and I realize I think I am a little crazier than most people, but my intentions are good, but having not been out in public, I told this one guy, I said, look, they don't let me out very often. So I'm sorry if I offended you. And he was like, what? What are you talking about there? We got 10 minutes. Uh, no one gets my timid approach. It's just BS. What? Many guys' nipples do that. Well, I ain't talked to many guys about it. I ain't talked to nobody about it till just tonight or this morning, actually. But in listening to these young men talk about it, it's like, well, I went through this little weird time of just not knowing what the hell was going on. Body changes and everything, your voice changes, you grow hair down there. I had a beard by the time I was 15, so and different changes and things. And then there were the people who were trying to get in your pants and trying to make you like, wait a minute, well, oh, um, you look so good. You should have been a girl. What? You don't need to hear about those kinds of things when you're 13 years old and your nipples are hard and you've had a man to seduce you and take you off in a car and do some things to you, and now you're really confused and you ain't talking to nobody. So I can understand where these young folk, boys or girls, or if you got them or you don't got them, that's should be the answer. Oh, and by the way, have any of you been wondering? Uh, Love is the law of truth, nothing less. It's our only way home. Well, here's the thing. My argument, Tracy, would be just is caring about people a part of love, though? See, so I would absolutely agree that there are degrees of love. All right. Um, I love my dog, but I'm not having sex with him. Okay. And he ain't having sex with me because his nads have been cut. But that just ain't happening. Whereas I have known some people who were goat humpers, you know, and enjoyed it and wanted me to partake. Nah. Mm-mm. Sorry. Bestiality, nope. But what's common to some folk ain't common to me. And what they say, man, you see that little goat over there? I really love the way she. So there are different degrees of love, I would say, obviously. But so in that, I see you giggling, Tracy. So, but to the point though, I do love everyone, even if they don't like me. Because if I hold any kind of resentment to others, then I'm not being true to myself and I'm not being true to the vow that I made, which is to bring harmony, to be harmonious with people, and to keep the one law. And that is not to harm anyone, anything, to do no harm. So for me to do no harm would be to extend being gracious to people, whether you know them or not. And that is a form of love. Did you explore your approaches? I wave at everyone in town and they have start. Oh, yeah. Well, see, now, Steve, that's interesting. Out here in the country, folks wave at one another. And when I go to town, I mean, big towns like Albany, and you people don't wave back. But out here in the country, people wave at each other. That's interesting. You brought that up, but that's true. When I went down to Tampa a couple of years back, last time I was down, I was driving through the neighborhood, and I bring up the hand and wave, and people are like, "Who the fuck is that guy? What's he? Who's waving at me? And why? What does he want from me?" Hang on, you know, you're not from around here, are you? No, I'm from up the road a ways. So by being up a road a ways, like up here in the deep south, or down here in the deep south, depending on where you live, right? Like from Tampa, it's up here. But anyway, uh, but the idea that, yeah, waving at folks, in the country around here is like acceptable. And if you don't wave back, it's like, who is that person, right? But, yeah, it's not necessarily acceptable in other places. People don't know what you're doing. Mass holes. Here's a little proverb 85. Love is ever growing, no measure for its distance. Therefore, I can say I can love you. On a note, pass it out. Cool beans, Johan. Hey, attached, how are you? Good to see you. We got 4 minutes, and I'm ready. Might even start early. So, but anyway, in the wondering and wanderings of things, so there are many people who want, and I mean this, wander with an A. They wander about in love. Hawkeye, what do you mean? Because they wander in and out looking for what it means to them. I can raise my hand and say, I was a wanderer in trying to find love. And I didn't accept it in the ways that it was already there. I had to find it under my conditions, and it has not worked up to this point. And I gave in a while ago about trying to find a woman thingy and all that, and a long-term relationship. And I just thought, being a Libra, that I would be able to find that other half, and we would, hold hands together and watch the sunset and live happily ever after. Well, me and Duggar, so I do have the love of my life, but it ain't quite what I was hoping for and planning on. I go to, I guess, well, you got about right, Steve. I got you. Hey, Isby, start holding the door open for you. You'll be amazed. Oh, you're a Gemini, Steve? Yeah, I won't cuss at you. You either are or you aren't. That's a Gemini. There is no in between. Where Libras kind of, we try to balance the scales, and sometimes anyway, never mind. But Johan, you're absolutely right. And like somebody opened the door for me. I was coming out with a basket at the local store or whatever, and I was like, "Thank you very much. That's so kind of you to hold the door for me." And they were like, what?" So I didn't just say thank you. And it is. So I said that extra line, and I actually meant it. I didn't add it to like make them feel good. But and that's so kind of you to hold the door for me. And they were like, no problem, and thank you. And so you've got a little discourse going there, you know what I mean? A tiny little bit of a conversation. But the fact that they showed their love by holding the door, taking that extra 30 seconds or whatever to let you get out, or, but I absolutely open doors and hold doors for people. And I had dropped something in the store the other day, and I went in for a couple of items and ended up spending like $170. But it was all stuff I actually did need, except for that stupid cereal I bought. But I did want to try it anyway. So, um, but I dropped something in the store and I made some kind of comment. Oh, I know what it was. There was a song that I can't remember what it was, and the lady behind the counter, she goes, "Oh man, you're singing a song, and what's that? Oh, I know what it was." I said, "Yeah, I don't get to town often. I come in and buy groceries because there's two or three people behind me, and I was really trying to get through the line, right? And they only had one or two items." And I said, I only come to town once every 10 days or so. And it's Friday night. So another Friday night and I ain't got nobody. And the lady behind the counter, and I was just laughing and putting stuff on the counter and paying for it. And the lady behind the counter, the cash register, she goes, I've heard that song before and I don't remember it. And two or three people in the line behind her was like, yeah, we've heard that song before. And then so for me, hey, David Castle, how you doing? I said, it's not Friday night. I said, the song is another Saturday night and I ain't got nobody. I got some money because I just got paid. And everybody in the store was like, yeah, that's the song. And I said, but I don't know who wrote it. I don't know who sang it, but I can hum a few bars. And everybody was really happy. And I walked out of the store. And, but the lady that was right behind me, who I was apologizing to for, I really wasn't taking a long time. I just had a lot of stuff in the basket. And she came out and she was just a smiling. She goes, I just love that song you was singing in the store, and just waved and got in her car. And I was like, now, of all the craziness, me being that silly person that I am, but four or five people in the store I ain't never met. Now they're all humming this song, that I was going along with Friday night in town, blah, blah, blah. And so, yeah, it is a good song. Wow, we got a good group in here tonight. Yeah, for just hanging out. Oh, it's 2:21. I missed by a minute, but cheers, everybody. Now, see, there are people who wonder, sweet Caroline, some never felt so good. I've been inclined to believe there ever would. Oh no. Oh, Neil Diamond, right? Johan. But anyway, so in my craziness though, there are people who would say, Hawkeye, why do you do that? I don't want people to think I'm crazy. I wouldn't do such a thing. People think I'm crazy. Well, then I look and say, well, do you think I'm crazy? Well, no, but you are weird. We know that about you. And I said, but those people may never, ever see me again. you know, Honestly, they may never see me again. So do I really care if they think I'm crazy or not? I mean, they're going to think I'm peculiar, okay, but if they're smiling after the event and everybody's happy or whatever, then I don't care if they think I'm crazy or not. Yeah, sing it along. Yeah, I see, David. You're um. Oh, and I can't think of the word. you pro- You're procrastinating these words from infinity and beyond. That's plagiarizing. That's the word I was looking for. I'm just messing. Yeah, and I know some folks are very good people, but they would obviously never extend themselves that way. So in having conversation with them, they were like, "Well, I want to learn to be better with people, and I want to learn to have be able to open up to other people and have conversation. I'm shy and a little taciturn. And oh, Sugar, Sugar by the Archies. Da 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 da. Ah, honey, honey, da 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 da. You are my candy girl, and I think I'm wanting you. Da 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 da. Hold your little. Okay, never mind. Everybody, do your hands now. You got to do your hands like this because that's how they did it back in the day. Remember to let her into your heart. Then you begin to better, better. La 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 la. Hey Jude, it's sing along night. Yep. Um, since I got my hand whacked so good almost 2 weeks ago now, and having, you know, several hours on the river paddling in the canoe in odd positions and against the wind, my wrist has been really sore. But I'm really wanting to do the music thing again, and I've been playing songs in my head, and it's like, man, my wrist hurts too bad at the moment. Um, yeah, sad songs they say, sad songs they say. Sad songs they say so much. Oh, turn around, turn around. Holy crap. Um, all of us gone. Do to turn me on. Oh man, Glasses plays the piano. What's his name? Anyway, sad songs they say. You got me started on that one now. Elton John, thank you very much. I saw him live in concert before he was a big deal, and he did a tap dance on on this baby grand piano in Tampa, and then jumped off the stage and ran through the audience. I was like, "Who is this freak?" But oh man, y'all are bringing up some oldie goldies. You really got me, girl. You really got me going. You got me going, so I really don't know what I'm doing. Girl, you really got me going. Elton, yeah. You guys, we're all singing along tonight. Yeah, I was thinking about there was some commercial or something that was playing, and they were playing a Steppenwolf song. But I like to be bum, bum, dum, da, do, do, do. I was like, what? Steppenwolf? Really? I was proud of it, but I was like, it didn't seem appropriate for the commercial. I was like, but that's Steppenwolf, Okay. I look around. Happiness was all I found. Well, you don't know who you can. Why don't you come with me, little girl, on a magic carpet ride? Yeah, yeah. My wrist is really sore. I mean, like holding the picker, doing my fingers is like, yeah. But I want to get my guitars out and I got to change the strings on my Honer. Um, but anyway, yeah, I really honestly want to do sit down and do real music instead of just a couple of bars here and there. Oh, here's a song. Thinking of uh, the two brothers, the Smothers brothers. And so Tommy and Dickie are on stage, and Tommy, he's the really goofy one, where Dickie's the straight guy, right? And so Tommy's playing his guitar and he's playing dum 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 dum, and he's just doing this chord progression. And so he goes soap, 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 soap. And Dickie looks at him and he goes, "What are you doing?" And he's, "Well, I'm trying to sing about 8 bars." But and for years, I was like, and everybody laughed, right? And I was like, he's trying to sing about 8 bars. And then I went, wait a minute, I counted it. Soap, 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 soap. Eight. He sang 8 bars of music. And it took me years. And one day I was just singing along and I heard that little song went through my head and I went, oh my God, after 20 years, I finally got the punchline. But anyway, so yeah, I'm going to hit this bowl again. We got Dominic and Steve and Johan and Isby and David and Michelle. And man, we got a good crowd in here tonight. It's really good to be here with y'all. Um, I had this thing earlier this morning. I woke up out of a dream. I have to wake up to pee like so many times during the night. And I'll come out of something and go, damn, I gotta go pee again. And I was something was going on. But anyway, um, on one of my pee breaks, I was like, how grateful. I somewhere in my dream state, I was thinking about y'all and must have been having like an astral plane YouTube live stream or something. It was really strange because it was like I was talking to y'all in my dream. And I was like, whoa, no, computer's off, nah, ain't that weird, you know. But my thought was how grateful, honestly, it is to know y'all. And this last couple of weeks where I have, you always hear me say, and I mean it. And this guy took me up on it, Michael. He was like, you always say if somebody wants to come and stay at your place, they can camp and you'll go kayaking with you. And I go, yeah. So he showed up on my door and stayed for 2 weeks. Was a delightful young man. Helped me out on several things. He did get to go kayaking. We did go down on the river. I opened trails up. So, and a lot of other things around here. He helped me transplant um, some trees and things. But here's the deal: had I not been doing this, having conversation with y'all, and he felt comfortable enough to contact me and say, "Hey, Dave, Hawkeye, I want to come down and take you up on your offer." He did. Now, both of us, he went out on a limb to come down here and hang out with Crazy Dave for a while. And then, but I had to reach out and say, well, here's this young man that wants to come down here and take me up on the offer. Do I tell him, yeah, come on down? Or am I going to go back on my word and go, I don't think so. I don't know who you are. Uh, you don't chat in the chat, but wait a minute. Now I got to be real. If I'm saying it, do I mean it? The answer is yes. Okay. So Michael, and I won't mention any last names, but Michael came, hung out. Well, Isby's been here a couple times, but he hasn't taken me up yet on the kayaking thing. But so I do mean when I say in that. But here's the thing: I would have never met you all. I would have never met him. I would have never had these experiences had I not put myself out there for whatever the spirits ask me or tell me to do. Like tonight, they were like, Hawkeye, you need to get on and have this conversation about wonder and wander. And it's like, yeah, but no, there are a lot of nuances in this, right? Okay, so let's have the conversation. I think they were just trying to give me something to do because to just get on and just chat, I know I do it anyway, but it's nice to have like a theme to work off of. And, we go different places and we wander around a lot, right? With the conversations. But, I woke up yesterday morning and I was like, man, was I remembering um, a live stream we did? Or were we doing a live stream in my dream? It was very odd, but very real and very self assuring. And um, you all let me know how you care and feel about me. Thank you. But do you know that I care at least that much, if not more, for you folks too, even though I've never met you? So does love exist? For me, absolutely. I love hanging out with y'all. I love the fact that you all come in and that you oh, Steve, it's not that hard. It really ain't, especially in my orange one. And if you don't like kayaks, I got a 17.5 foot canoe that is like a Cadillac on the river. It's, Dreams are astral. I believe that too. Well, right now I'm not traveling too far. My truck is running, sorta. I'm going to do a special video about the codes that I ran and about my truck and so forth and what I've done. But I'm not here. But anyway, because I found out some information that a lot of other Mazda and Ford Ranger folks don't know about their little trucks. So anyway, thought I'd share. But as far as yeah, I would like if my truck will settle down and I get her fixed. Then I would like to take longer trips. Me and Duggar, when we went up to Albany the other night, he rode in the truck in the back. Okay, so he got used to it. Was a up there and back, and waiting for the bus was about 3.5 hours. So um, the idea that he start, look, if I'm going to take him on a long trip with me, there are going to be times when he's going to have to get in the back of the truck. You know, plenty of room. He's got a place to lay down, all that. Um, they are in the emotional realm, no matter. If I roll over, I'll just hold my breath and start swimming. Yeah, well, there's not any real fast water around here, um, Johann. It's mostly calm, not quite placid like a lake, but in places it is that still. Where we put in at the just south of me, at the boat ramp, but where the river gets really wide down here in the south, the flow slows, and you can literally just lazily float. You don't even have to paddle much. You just got to, just don't run into stuff, which isn't too obnoxious, mostly. After my genie died in a dream, we went to Europe. It was so real that I could taste the food and smell the flowers. Yeah. Amanda, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Honestly, it's so good to see you all here. Honest. Yeah, well, speaking of wandering and kayaks and floating, I've talked to some folks. Yeah, too busy. Yeah, so I can just hold your breath as long as you want. Yeah, when I went underwater, when I got tossed out of my green kayak, of course, now I was doing some really stupid things that I recommend people don't do, and you won't have the issues that I did. But anyway, um, I've noticed that, I have just accept getting in my orange kayak. It's very stable, flat bottom. I've got a green and a blue kayak that are more rounded bottoms, and those things are tippy. All right. Um, but the orange one I've got with the flat bottom, it's really stable. You can almost stand up in it. And if I'm next to the shore, I always take a walking stick with me and I push it up against the kayak and force it down into the ground. And then I can use here's the kayak, here's the stick. I use it as leverage and push myself up against the shore so I don't slip, fall, whatever. And the orange one is great, you know. And it's a 10.5 footer, um, and easy to paddle, lots of room, open, um, and stable. I really like it. It's one of them dolphin ones. They're about 200. Uh, they may have gone up with inflation, but I got mine for about 210, 215 a piece. And for the amount of joy and I've had and allowed other people to have joy and paddle and go with me, It was worth the $225 plus tax or whatever it was. I was diving off when I was two. Yeah, I noticed that a lot of pools and stuff, they don't have diving boards anymore, and they won't allow you to dive off the edge. And it's like, no diving. Well, hell, man, going swimming, part of the fun was diving. you know, what? You can't dive into the swimming pool. Well, you can get in and splash. Oh, come on, man. I want to dive. Dive, 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 old submariners. But anyway, so um, in the wanderings, wandering around in the swamp with friend Michael last week, the river was up in places to where um, we were going up into places that had water in it that I'd never been before. And it's like, wow, I mean, some big areas and stuff back up in there and really interesting, beautiful places with great big cypress trees, ancient cypress trees, and other stuff. And I was like, wow, because a lot of times in the summertime when I normally go, water's about 4.5, 5 foot, and that extra foot makes a difference because I was there with the water a little over 6, and I mean, just it was great. So not only is there water in the river and the swamp and all that, and the floating and the connection with nature, but it's also the level of the rivers and the different places you either can or can't go, or the things you can or can't see. Like when the water goes down, great big stumps and things, and just anyway. So I find that interesting as well. So, but that wandering on the water has just helped me to stay young. I don't know how else to say it. Since I can't hike like I used to, I can sure enough wander in the swamps in my canoe. I mean, I can paddle these same. This canoe will go almost anywhere the kayak will go. But being 7.5 foot longer than the kayak, it's like almost another kayak. All you got to do is show up. Yeah, Johan, I'm sure it is a liability about the diving thing, but when I was a kid and through the 50s and 60s and even in the 70s, people diving into waters and stuff, the people weren't drowning and doing all that. Oh my God. A kid drowns in the pool now. Everybody's got to have a fence up. Everybody's got to have a fence. It's a good thing when we were kids, we were swimming in sinkholes around Tampa, North Tampa. Quite a few of them. I don't know if they've tried to fill them in or whatever, but and many of them are connected. It's like an artesian well. The water never flows out of it, but it's always clean water. It's covered with little that duckweed, but the water was always clear. It was always cold, clean water. As far as there anything floating in it, kind of thing. But of course, they fenced those off and no trespassing. And if you hop the fence to go swimming in one of them, they'll arrest you. I have drive a long ways to find a creek stream. That's a shame, Steve. Honestly, that's a shame. What are you still doing, Andy? When girls were girls and men were men. Those were the days, my friend. Yep. When girls were girls and men were men. Yep. Da 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 da. Yeah. People uh weren't too happy. Yeah. Oh, walking miles with anger. Oh God. Oh, Oh, I've done a lot of miles in anger. Oh, let me tell you. But I no, I just simply can't walk like that anymore. Uh, Now opening up my trails to the river, and spending the time that I have here just this spring walking around on my property since I've opened up so much of it. Um, it's a half a mile. Well, it's a good quarter mile to the river, at least. So down there and back is a half a mile. Across the property and back, well, that's a half a mile. And when I wander around the property, you can add another quarter to a half a mile there. So, and just in going down on the creek and checking things out, I end up walking about a mile, easily about a mile. Which, if I was to just say, well, I think I'm going to go walk a mile, I ain't going to do it. But wandering around in the woods, stopping, smelling the water, smelling the air, looking at the trees and looking at plants, it's a distraction. And so, but by the time I get down to the campsite down yonder, and tonight it was 6 o'clock ish, right? The sun's going down, just coming in. I'm standing down there on the river, and I hear this kawoosh, and I know it, well, the first one I heard, I wasn't positive. The second kawoosh I heard, I was like, oh my God, it's a beaver. So wandered down and around and across the down trees and through and I had been down there a couple of times before, so I do a little clipping as I go. So it was easy to get down there without making much noise. And there on the river was a beaver, just swimming around, and the river's up a good bit. I mean, not over the bank, but really close in places. So, but here's this beaver swimming around. And Duggar and I are standing on the bank, and it's just right out there in the river, which 20 feet, 25 feet from us. And he's looking up at us, and Duggar's walking around, and I'm just holding still and being, standing by a tree and holding still. And because if you run across an animal, the best thing to do is just stop and be still. And if you don't move, they're not sure if you were there before or not. Duggar's running around and doing his dog thing. The beaver didn't even pause, but kawoomp! They throw their tail down in the water and then dive. They flop their tail down and then dive. Then come up and swimming around, do it again, kawoomp, and under they go. And I stood there for a good 10 minutes watching this uh, uh, beaver float around just a couple of feet from me there in the river. And the first time, Duggar had been like, I was sneaking up on the bank and he was up and down the river. And then he come up behind me. Well, the beaver was being really quiet, hadn't done any thumps in a couple of minutes. So I'm watching and to see if I have disturbed the beaver to where maybe he goes up or downstream. No, he stays in the same spot. Well, Duggar comes up to the bank and walks right past me. I'm just standing still. He goes down to the edge of the river, and the beaver goes ka-whoomp, and Tugger jumps about a foot and a half high up off of the sand. He didn't know what the hell was going on. Now that was funny. Uh, I know there are beavers on the river. I know I've seen otter on the river. When I was in the actually I was in the canoe way back when I first started doing this in my own backyard. Um, there I was paddling along, and there's this little otter just jumping along like you see in the movies, chasing me along. He was on the riverbank, and I was floating by, and it was like one of those surreal moments to where it's like, I mean, this is my backyard. This is really happening, and seeing the beaver in the backyard. Used to see him more often than not, but here's the thing: I haven't been to the river enough lately. But now that I got my trails opened up some more, and like it's like 40 something degrees outside tonight. 1/5 of a mile to my mailbox. I clocked it from the front door up my driveway with I got one of those little wheels. It's like 320 feet to the top of the driveway, and which means 640 feet. That's an eighth of a mile because 5,200 and something feet is a mile. So, but anyway, so I've been kind of breaking it up in that. But the good news is that I'm walking to the mailbox. I go up to the mailbox and then I cut down the property and swing around in behind. And sometimes we end up in the backyard, which so for me, this spring's been really good. Having opened up the property and made it so I can get through in places again has just been absolutely wonderful. It was worth every bit of the 600 and whatever odd dollars I spent for my share of the backhoe thingy, and might do it again in this summer or in the fall. Depends on where the water is and how much money I got. But um, so yeah, if any of you are in the neighborhood, the offer is still open because having met Michael and Isby, and some other people, but not necessarily so much with this channel. But if y'all ever get a chance or in this area, by all means, let's go do it. Steve, you're welcome. We've talked on the phone before and stuff, and any of y'all, um, want to come down uh, and hang out, absolutely. Um, because for me, I am and was supposed to, and which I have done over the years, extend my hand in friendship. And if I'm going to lie about it, then I shouldn't say it. So, and if I don't say it, then I don't mean it, right? So, well, I got a sign out there. Hey, Julia. Hey, Miss Jules. But so, and for me, and before I ever started this channel, I had already started the Little Ochlockonee River Hermitage. And so that people and many people who didn't have a place to stay or whatever have stayed here over the years. And I still mean that. Now, I'm a little less to be taken in just strangers anymore for just the hell of it because I can't afford it. But if creator sends them to me and they need help and I can honestly give help, then it is my duty to do so. And I don't know, 20, 25 people or more over the years. I mean, I'm not really trying to count, but there's this guy and then this guy and then this one and that one and this one and then there was this one and then there was that one and hell, there's 10 people. And that ain't counting this guy and that one and this one and the person who and there's another six. So that's 16 people. And I'm not really even thinking about it, right? Um, so the idea though that to help one another, and for me in my shaman lessons and journey, um, and my instructions by the lady herself to me, I was like, okay, this is my path, this is my journey. Just help me to do it. Um, someone asked me about, hey Dave, if you had a superpower, what would it be? And I mentioned this before the other night, I think, and I said, I think my superpower would be strength. Nothing else. Just give me strength. Because in life, if I've got a hard problem or issue or chore or something, my question to the universe is just, Dear Lord, give me strength. If you give me the strength, I'll figure it out. I'll work it out. Just give me the strength. So my superpower to be like, be strong all the time. Uh, much love to you too, Michelle. You doing all right, Miss Jules? But so now, not everybody has the same path as I do. And it's taken me a lot over the years to try to figure some of this shit out myself. But um, it has always been, though, for me to help others in need because there have been times uh, when I have needed help and gotten help, and sometimes even from strangers. And so, there are other people who paid it forward to me, and so, and some other folks that said, well, hey, well, Dave, you help me out with it. Oh, like, well, I want to, no, I don't want anything. Well, then what do you want? I want you to pay it forward. I want you to remember there will be a time when you got something and you just share it and you don't expect anything in return. There is no return address on this. You do it just for the pure hell of it, for the fun of it, whatever it is, you just do it, and the other person goes, well, hey, let me pay for part of that or something. You go, nah, I got it. Well, wait a minute now. You know, we need to take those types of things with grace and with honor, you know. And I remember the times when people have, I was a, they would say, hey, I want you to go with me. Yeah, but I don't really, nah, come on, just go with me. But I don't really have any money. I just want you to go. Okay. And you go with them. And they end up buying you dinner and buying you drinks, but they wanted company, right? So I have understood that over the years. And there are times when, hey, come on, I'll buy you dinner, I'll give you gas money. I just want somebody to hang out with. Not necessarily that I'm lonely, but I want to share. I want to hang out with somebody physically. And if you ain't got the money or whatever, I want to hang out so bad, I'll pay for your stuff. Just come on, let's go. Let's go have a good time. And I remember for me earlier, I'd go, nah, no, I can't, Now I'm at the not always, but now I'm like, come on, go with me. And I might not really be able to afford it, but in the long run, if I got the money and my bills are paid, then okay. If I say, come on, I got this, then I got it, you know. But and I can understand now more of how good it made those people feel. Not necessarily just for me, but in that the things that I've shared with some other folks, so like just come with me, let's go do this. I just want to go with somebody and you happen to be hanging around. Come on, let's go. And find out that how much joy it was for them to maybe not ever see a movie or something, to experience something, and like, wow, man, maybe that's what it is for me. I told Michael this the other day on the river. I said, the sun was down, the stars were coming out. And I said, my sin in life is that I want to share this with other people. I want other people to come out and not because this place is special. I want them to be on the water. I want them to experience nature. Yeah, okay, is down here special? Yeah, but that's not it. I want folks to be able to trust and sit on the water and look up at the sky and see the sun go down and watch the stars come out and feel the water around them. I want them to experience. That's my sin in life. That's what I want other people to experience. Now, wow, that's that's a bad course in life, right? What Hawkeye, what do you want to do? I want people to experience nature and water and to where they can really feel it, not just a glimpse, but hold still, close your eyes, take a deep breath, because you will learn to carry that with you no matter where you go. So as much as I'm not on the river, I'm always on the river. You know what I mean? My heart is always there. Oh, Bob, we got a little itch there. Oh, it's 3 a.m. in the morning time. 2 hours and 34 minutes I've been at this. I go city hall and donate money to help people with bills totally nameless. You do it. That's a good thing, Steve. Yeah, if you're walking in anger, that's a good way to get the anger out of you. But if you're still angry after a half a mile, uh, I had a lot of anger issues in me over the years, really bad. No, I didn't go punching anybody, but I was really loud, very forceful, and at times very rude. Uh, but most of the time, just really loud and angry. And Lord have mercy, how much time I wasted being that way. Whew. But it took me a bunch of years to figure it out. But uh, there was some Saint Germain sayings years ago, and some things I was learning on my own. And it was like I was trying not to be angry at all, and that shit wasn't working. It just wasn't working. And so I was like, all right, now you tell me I can't be angry, but this pisses me off. No, but you can't be angry. Oh, I can't be angry. But it really pisses me off. Oh, yeah, but yeah. Boppa, mow, mow. My heart's on fire, Elvira. You didn't see that one coming, did you? Boppa, mow, mow. Oh, God. Oh, it's something that something Gatlin Brothers anyway. Giddy up, a boom, bobble, bow, bow. I'm sorry, the Statler Brothers, I think. Okay, me too. Actually, it's a good song. You know, Lord have mercy. You know, me being in the radio business and all the media over the years down here in the South. You know, I have not been a big star, but I have been active in it, right? So having listened to all these songs over the years, anyway, songs coming in, y'all know me good enough to know songs coming in out of my head. Out of my head, over you. I think it was Pet Clark. How about that one? Or Ann Reddy. Uh, oh no, I got um, downtown. Downtown. Oh God. Oh my God. People up down da 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 always go downtown. Oh man. Phew. I had like 5 songs just yeah, all it was. You was talking about going to town, or you said city hall, but I was thinking downtown anyway. Petula Clark, ladies and gentlemen. What, from 1960? Wow. You know, Steve, years ago, unbeknownst to me, I had dislocated my right shoulder. And when I went to my doctor, I went in and she said, your right shoulder's dislocated. And I was like, no shit. Oak Ridge boys. Okay. All right. Between Oak Ridge boys and the Statler brothers, always got them confused. Uh, but a good one, Steve. But yeah, I still have trouble with my right shoulder. But she did this little thing and put her hand on my shoulder blade and grabbed my end and did a little pop thing. And I was like, ow, son of a bitch, what did you do to my arm? And she goes, your shoulder, when did you dislocate your shoulder? And I said, I don't know. Well, you did, and it's been out for a while. Because I was going at least once a month back then. She goes, it's been, you weren't like that the last time I saw you. And I was like, well, no. So somewhere in that month period, I dislocated my shoulder. And ever since then, I have these shoulder ache pains, like right down in the joint. But anyway, so um, it's 3:05 in the AM time. I understand what y'all are talking about with that shoulder ache business. And then having had that issue the other day on the river with the wind. Oh my God, it was ferocious. It was taking that canoe and just knocking it around. I'm trying to keep up with me and Duggar. That's one reason my shoulder hurts at the moment, but it was an extra tough day of paddling. But I'm so grateful at my age to still be able to paddle. So uh, the one of the driving forces, and I've told folks this, and I'll probably keep repeating it. But when I bought that canoe, I bought it from a 72-year-old man, and I was like 63 or 4 when I bought it, or so. 60. Okay. Anyway, so but this idea though that so I asked him, I say, so you're getting rid of the canoe, huh? And he goes, yeah, well, I got 3 of them in the yard, and this one's just too big and heavy for me. Well, I get that part. So I asked him, I said, so you're selling this canoe? I said, give me a story that goes with this canoe. He goes, what do you mean, trying to pry into my business? And I said, no, you're selling me this canoe. I just give me a little piece of history. And he said, well, for my 70th birthday. Now, this guy lived in Moultrie a while, okay? And he said, for my 70th birthday, I paddled from Key West to Cuba. And I was like, nah, come on. He goes, no, seriously. I paddled from Key West to Cuba and spent the day or whatever, the night. And he said, and the next day I paddled back. And so he did that at 70. Well, I'm not so into that, right? But I'm for my 70th birthday, and I'm putting this out there ahead of time. And if y'all want to participate, I want to take a whole trip. Like, I don't want to just go down the river a little ways and then paddle back. No, I want to take a whole long day, like maybe even find a place to like maybe where you get out, you can camp and then leave the next day kind of thing, but do a really long one, 10, 15, 20 miles of a river and then get out on the other end. And I haven't done that in a long time. And so for my 70th birthday, I'm putting this out there to any and all y'all that want to participate or donate to. Um, I want to do a long paddle. Pick a river. Don't care. you know. No, it's been raining too much. And it doesn't have to be like on my birthday. That's not it. But to turn 70 and take the canoe on a trip like the guy who was 70 on his birthday, it was sort of like being following an unofficial tradition. He didn't instruct me. It's 3:09. So, but anyway, if any of y'all are in the neighborhood, by all means, that's what I'd like to do. I had an uncle that rode a teaching up Pikes Peak when he was 69. Yep. There was an old guy, Mr. Frank, who was on the carnival for years and years and years as a kid and growing up. Mr. Frank had a wife and they had a little floofy dog, and they were really nice people. And then she passed away and he was left alone, but he still went on the carnival. And I met my wife, my first wife. She worked for Mr. Frank. on the carnival. And so, but anyway, um, when I don't know, he was in his 70s when he retired and sold his stuff, sold his joint, got out of the carny business, and took the money and bought himself a gold wing Honda. And at the time, it was like full fairings and a whole 9 yards, right? He didn't have a trailer, I don't think, but he had saddlebags and everything. And he sent us postcards. He'd send them to Miss Ibeen on the carnival, and she'd send it, pass it around. And where's Mister Frank? Frank Worth was his name. Well, he's in Arizona. Well, he sent us pictures from Carlsbad Canvers. Well, and then he sent us pictures from this place, and he decided to stay for a month in some other place. And all he did, he took camping gear on his Honda. Had never really he had a small motorcycle, but he'd never really ridden a big one. But off he went in his 70s and toured the United States for a couple of years. Okay, what's wrong with that? I sort of wanted to do that, but between my health and then COVID and then my truck, I wanted to travel around doing puppet shows. But I've gotten a little too old for that, but I still wanted to travel around, and I'm still not opposed to travel. Uh, but I do, if I can fix these last couple of glitches with my truck, that'll I'll feel more capable of riding and driving. I don't care how fast I get there, just as long as I get there safely. So, but anyway, um, and I do have my trailer and everything set up to carry my kayaks with me. So if I am in your neighborhood sometime, I don't know what near future would be. In the next 5 years is fairly near compared to the last 60. But anyway, um, no, I do want to do some paddling. And Duggar is training well. He's getting the back of the truck. Uh, Last time he was in the kayak, he got out of the cockpit and stood on the deck, this plastic kayak, like he was a hood ornament. He's a big dog, and I was like, dude, man, and rocking it back and forth. So, but he's been really good in that. And so I've been doing a little training with him around here without a leash. So, and we went out on the bridge with cars going by, which freaked him out. And so I held onto his collar and had him sit down and stay. And so when we're out in the truck, and I say, okay, you're going to be a good boy, and I hold the leash. And so if you're not, I'm going to put this on you. But if you'll mind me and stay with me. So if he started to cross, I'm going to go, and come back here, stay with me. He did. He did really well. So after these going on 3 years now with having him, um, he and I have learned to get along enough. And I think that, when I say, hey, let's load up, before it was like, I don't know if I want to go with this guy, but now we could be going to the river, we could be going someplace that is exciting, right? And he doesn't have to have a leash every time if he obeys me. So all things are good. All things are good. But so yeah, if I could get out to Arkansas on the Buffalo River, that would be like because I've done the Buffalo River a couple of times, and I would love to go back out there and do a longer stretch of the river. But since I've got my own kayak and everything now, I could do a longer stretch of the river. But you got to get picked up. Dropping off ain't nothing, but getting your tiny little butt picked up by somebody and taken back to your vehicle, that's another story. So if I could work that part out, and I know there are folks up there that do that kind of thing, I would love to go up to Arkansas and do the Buffalo River again. But if not, there are several rivers in North Florida, and I still want to do the Withlacoochee down here. Uh, the Withlacoochee runs out of Florida. I'm sorry, out of Georgia, and goes into North Florida, where there's the Swanee River, the Santa Fe River, and the Withlacoochee River, and the three rivers come together down in northern Florida. And the rivers are beautiful down there. And to I've only been on a small stretch of the Swanee years ago. Actually, hmm, let me think about that. I think I've been on two stretches, way up north and down towards the where the Swanee enters the ocean down there. Hmm, I think there's a state park down there. Anyway, but the idea that but to Swanee, how I love you, my dear old Swanee. Al Jolson. Yeah, do it in blackface. How about it just, go like this? Never mind. Um, well, that would be whiteface, wouldn't it? But the idea, though, that it's the flow of the rivers and the going. Uh, I would love to build a raft of sorts and like do the Mark Twain float down the Mississippi. What it I loved it as a kid and read the book several times. And in my imaginations, having read the book before there was ever a movie about it, I was like, I think I'm I think I'm Tom Sawyer. In fact, uh, no, it was Huckleberry Finn that was his father was on the boat when him and the when Jim went down the river and they had all them excitements. But the being on the river and floating and looking up at the stars and the way um, Samuel Clemens uh, talked about looking up at the stars and being free men and being, nature and there it's still a wonderful read. And now that I think about it, I think old Sam Clements, a little part of him and me, or a little part of me and him or something, but there is this affinity to rivers and floating and canoeing for me, you see, versus there are some people who do trains or this or that and the other thing. And I always liked the mountains and hiking. And I always felt like, they always called me Davy Crockett back in the day because my name's David, but hey, Davy. And I had a coonskin cap, I still do somewhere actually. But the idea that, yeah, I'm a mountain boy and I love the mountains and hikings and waterfalls, still do, but not able to do so much. So now I'm more like Huckleberry Finn, or maybe like Lewis and Clark or something. And like, wow, that's just an interesting thought, you know. But where in my past did I get this love of the rivers and the floating and the sensation and the nature and all that? Because a lot of folks just don't have it and don't care to get it. There are those folks who, like my daughter, she loves it down along the ocean and stuff. Eh, okay, eh. I grew up down there. Eh, give me a river though, and I'm gone. Ocean, eh. Hey, come down to the beach. Is there a river? Can I float? You know, if you want me to just go to the beach, eh. If you want me to get on the water, is there a sailboat involved? Don't care so much about fishing, although I would and could. But so it's the freedom of the water. Wow, I never thought about the Huckleberry Finn thing until now. I must I must have been a floater. float float on. It is smoke time. Yeah, I was just striking up the bowl here. Thank you for reminding me. Cheers. So, to stay on the subject of wondering and wandering, um, there's a lot of wondering in life. Wonder what I'm going to get done tomorrow. Wonder if I'm going to plant those trees that I wonder if I'm going to, I wonder if, okay. But in the wanderings of things, I know I look forward to wandering around in my woods some more. It just feels good to get back out. I know that I'm going to go wandering in the kayak and or canoe with Duggar and anybody else I can get to go along. I know that life, especially at my age, at 69 and three quarters, is that wandering around with intent, okay, is not dementia. Okay. If I choose to go wandering in the woods versus, hey, where's Hawkeye? I don't know. I think he's wandering around somewhere. Well, is it dementia? And I think that with positive wandering, I'm going to go to this place I haven't been in a while or never been to, and I'm just going to wander around. If it's stores or woods or whatever, I'm just going to wander around just to see what is or isn't there. Um, why? It's an adventure. That's why. Well, but you're just wandering around. Yeah, I know. But you never know what you're going to find, what you're going to see, what you're going to run up against, what you're going you might meet somebody, you never know. So, having the last 2 years for especially with other people, being in lockdown, overrated. I used to want to go back horseback all over the forest. That would be cool. There was a you speak of that, and it's not really related, Steve, but it's sort of related in that a friend of mine had written a book about the goat man. Now, for a lot of folks, who the hell is the goat man? Well, down here in the Southeast, there was a gentleman, and not just the Southeast, because he had proof that he had traveled to most of the 48 states. And he had this little wagon. Uh, Having less is more. Oh, I would agree with that. And sometimes that's too much still. And me, I would just anyway. But the goat man, he had several goats, and I think he had a nanny that did give some milk, and he had little babies that did come out, and they pulled his wagon, this his little cart, and sometimes he rode on it, and he would go into towns, and there's the goat man, and he would drive his little team of goats everywhere, all over Florida, South Georgia, Alabama, because it's nice country around here. But he'd been up north and through the mountains and other places, and all the way out west and stuff, and he had traveled literally the 48 states. And he, everywhere he went, he had his Bible, and he would read a passage of the Bible at certain times of the day, every day without fail. No matter who was there or wasn't there, he would stop and do this little preaching from the Bible. And it, it whatever the Lord spoke to him on that day, he would stop and have prayer. And there were people who donated him money. There were people who would let him stay in their fields or whatever, right? And so, but he traveled around all over the place. There, he was famous in quite a few states, and he just disappeared. Well, he got old. He was in his mid to late 60s. He got to a place where some punks beat him up, killed a couple of these goats, wrecked his thing, and he ended up in a nursing home. But he got married while he was in the nursing home, and him and his wife lived happily ever after, but he died about 2 years later. But he was in his 70s. But he literally traveled around the United States with goats pulling his cart, preaching the word of God and expecting nothing from anyone. But that they said he had money and that he had bank accounts and that people had donated any money over the years. And so it's like the goat man. So in a way, I was sort of going to be the goat man, but with puppets. And I was just going to have my little truck and take my little puppets everywhere and tell stories. And if somebody wanted to donate some money or, take me out to dinner or, or something like that, okay. But my intent was just to go and do it just for the hell of it, to go see the country and to make people laugh, teach them about puppetry and maybe throw in a parable or two, not necessarily Bible verse all the time and be preaching to people, but there's that too. And I have done that. Um, and people love it when I preach, literally out of the Bible. And not acting, you know, the way I read the Bible, certain passages I had at times, and people would ask me to read from the Bible, and I would, and I still would, but I'd put my spin on it now, which is another story. But anyway, but the opportunity to do something just simply for the fun of it, just simply because you can. And my new friend Michael, who decided to come down here, tried hitchhiking, ended up on a bus, showed up at my doorstep as promised, and was a gentleman. He was honorable, helped me out a lot. So if we don't extend ourselves, we may miss the opportunity to meet and be and share with some absolutely wonderful, delightful people. So we shouldn't cut ourselves off too short. Um, Life is too short, but at the same time, if we've, if I always wondered, what am I doing here? What is my purpose? Well, if I hadn't been given, shown the task of being the shaman thing, um, then I'm here to experience life, to learn from it, have fun, and to share it with as many people in a good way as possible. And that, in and of itself, is a free and simple, hey, let's have, not necessarily, well, I did have this attitude. Every day's a holiday was my philosophy. And I stayed drunk and high, and that was wrong. But every day is a holiday. It's a celebration of life. Every day I get up and me and Duggar walk outside, as I always say, I'm serious. I just say thank you to the world and thank you to all my friends and thank you to all of you. And I mean it. It has made life a whole lot more delightful. Um, I know there's stress and strife, and I be praying on that. I do. Because I accepted years ago my dear friend Dale Betcher. He said, there are people who are busy all the time, and then there are people who meditate all the time. And he said, I want to do a little bit of both. He said, I want to work, but I want to work doing what I want to do. And I'll work as hard as I need to do what I like to do. And he did. And he was born 2 days before me. And he said at the same time, he said, there are people who don't have time to pray or who don't know how to pray. And he said, and I want to do that. And that's been my philosophy all these years since I've been up here in Georgia. And I still feel that that's a good philosophy. I don't know if there is any chat, anything more. I haven't seen it move. I think everybody just going to sleep or or stoned. I know this is 3 hours and 6 minutes that I've been here. I don't know. I don't know if anybody said anything, Steve. Hey, they're all stoned, man. But um, yeah, I would like to do the horseback thing, like up in, you know, our dear friend that I do the stories with on Tuesday, Mr. Robert V. He's up in Dakotas, and I would love to go up and visit him and say, take, because there are different places that he goes riding. I would love to go up and say, hey, whatever it is, take me riding. I don't ride very well, but take me somewhere. I want to go. you know, um, because I've been around horses down here, but I've never really growed up around horses. So I would love to be able to do some backpack horse thing, out in the really out in the back country. Down here, you're never really ever that real far from somewhere. On the Buffalo River, you would be. You'd be in some places that it'd be tough to get help right away or very soon. So you got to be careful in them wildernesses. But them folks that go up in the outback, up in the Montanas and places and stuff. I've been up there in vehicles, but to do it on horseback or something, I think would just really be a treat. But anyway, so my dear friends, it is almost what time in the morning? It's 3:33 in the morning time. So, whoa, 333. Serious numbers. No, I got stuff I need to do tomorrow. I got some trees I need to transplant, and if I stay up any later, I will be regretful and be worthless tomorrow. And it's promising to be another nice, very nice spring day in the low 70s, and the low tonight's supposed to be like 42. It's chilly outside. I had to turn the heater on. It's April, but that's okay. Oh, and for those of you who are keeping up, a couple of weeks. Hey, Miss Delaney, how are you, Miss Pearl? A couple of weeks ago, I said, they were talking about spring and this and that, and I said, we always have a cold snap right around Easter time, either right before or right after, depends on Easter. And sure enough, they were predicting 39 degrees for tonight, but not, it ain't quite that cold. But here's the cold snap. And folks go, no, it ain't gonna. Here's the cold snap. I, every year, there's always an April around Easter cold snap. Sorry, there in some places it was snowing. I'm just saying. um, my years of observation Did I predict this? Yeah. I warned them, no, it's good have known that it's going to be enough. And sometimes there's one after Easter, which is next weekend. So I'm just saying, it is springtime, but cold weather ain't necessarily done with. So, and I don't mean frigid temperatures, but cool weather. So, which also means tornadoes. Oh, the high winds. Oh my God. Watching the trees just do this number today. It was amazing. But a lot of high wind, even down in the woods where it's thick and dense. There, it was still high winds. But anyway, so in wondering about the universe, if people would stop letting their mind wander, meaning, well, I don't know, I don't think this is true, and blah, 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 blah. If they would just allow their minds to just be with the universe, um, the wonderment of the truth would come out. Like I said 2 hours ago, if folks just accepted the fact that our ancient ancestors truly were and are from the stars, that we are all aliens one way or the other, that we have all had some type of reincarnation, some more than others for whatever reason. We've all had deja vu experiences. Some of these things, they're natural events. They wonder, what is my purpose in life? Your purpose is to learn. Your purpose is to try to help your soul, that spirit, that spark of life in you, um, to grow brighter by experiencing things. That for every person that I meet, I tell a joke with, like, singing songs in the store the other day. That was cute when that lady come out. She was just singing that song. I that's a picture I hope I never forget. It was just so darling. I don't know how else. It was just the way she just freestyled this little thing. It was almost like a commercial. you know, from just a little bit of interaction in the store with folks. And so, life can be a holiday every day and should be. And if we just live our life with regret all the time and dread, if all you got to do is to carry dread with you everywhere you go, if that's all that you can see in life, oh please Jesus, heal this person. Lord Jesus, heal this person, from the from the iniquities of life, and help them to learn to understand that life can be joyful. And I mean this. I'm not mocking. I mean it. You know, uh, that people need to find joy in their lives. They're just the simple things, right? Hey, Tracy, you're welcome. But that many years ago, like 35, 40 years, maybe longer, I was told that I was a hey okay, and that when other people are down, I'm going to be the one that comes in and I'm the jokester. And I have been the jokester in school, high school. I mean, I won awards for being in humorous contemporary, in public speaking and certain things. And I'm just good at it, right? I just have fun with it. It's like life. I just let life go through me and ad lib the whole thing. But it doesn't mean that I'm not honest about it or sincere. But it is ad libbing, meaning that I never know what's fixing to come next, right? And so I just let it. Sometimes it just spills out, and sometimes it's like, man, I wish I could shut that fucking mouth of mine. It gets me into trouble. But with that also, then I've had to learn humility, and when something comes out that really shouldn't have, I need to apologize right then and not try to let it slide. Nah. If I shouldn't have said it, I need to say it. Like, man, that I shouldn't have really said that. Did I say that? Yeah. But I think sometimes in the two or three people that are running around inside my head, people used to accuse me of imitating Robin Williams. And they were accusing me of imitating Robin Williams when I didn't really know who Robin Williams was. And I'm like, no, if anything, I'm like Jonathan Winters, but that's another story. And Red Skelton, they were my heroes. But as the Heyoki, um, when the people were laughing all the time and not paying attention, Heyoki was also the somber one in the room who would say, all right, everybody, we're going to toast and everything, and Jim's birthday. Yeah, but let's have a toast to all those who aren't with us today, to our friends who we miss and our colleagues and families, and let's toast to them, bringing a somber to not to bring everybody down, but yeah, let's everybody have fun, but let's honor those who aren't with us, and let's remember. So anyway, so they hey okay, as I've learned over the years, and I am a hey okay. I tried to deny it, and I was like, no, I am, because like tonight, they were like, my dear friend said, hey Hawkeye, you need to get on tonight, and but yeah, but I don't have a topic. Um, how about this one, which has been kind of bothering me for a couple of days now, like people using the two words interchangeably, like wondering, it means the same as wandering. Please, no. Lord help me, Jesus. These people need to take a literature course. They need to have they need a little English in their English if you understand English. But so, but um, I spent too many years being depressed. I was still happy, but I was depressed and on lots of medications. And every day's a holiday. Time to look at the positive, but life was just crap, and I couldn't find true love, and all the hard work and everything I tried to do just ended up in some kind of bullshit. And get a job, and it was a good one, and then they'd go out of business, and I'd be, holy, just, life. But other people were just having it really easy and were making 30, 40, $50,000 a year, and I was making like 12. And, they had nice homes and a new vehicle. And I got a 51 Chevy that I literally have to push down the hill to get the damn thing to run, for it to start. Dug my own well, did just all these things. Tore down tobacco barns, sorry, because I didn't have enough money to buy lumber. I straightened out bent nails because I couldn't afford nails. All right, that's how bad it was, or how good it was, because I still have some of these boards in the house that I took off tobacco barns. I got a bunch of brick that came off of the chimneys from these tobacco barns and stuff. And I mean, some of these brick, this being 2022 already, these brick are 100 years old, easy, easy, right? Some of this wood in my house is probably 100 years old, easy. I mean, had been on tobacco barns for 50 years when I tore them down 40 years ago. But having had that pioneer experience for me, the homesteader, versus people who found jobs and are good at it and made lots of money, lived in a neighborhood with a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, and I don't think I could live it. I know people who did, still do. Um, I go visit them, and my what a nice neighborhood you live in, but I don't really. I'm so glad I don't live in one of those neighborhoods. Um, and I made the right choice for me. Where Now, I'm not speaking bad of my brother up in Ohio. He's got a really nice place in Dayton. It's on a little cul-de-sac thing. It's a dead end. And he's got fruit trees and things in his backyard. It's lovely. It really is. I was surprised at how lovely it was. Not that it was supposed to be trashy, but no, just how well kept his little neighborhood is. And if I had to live in a neighborhood, it would not be a bad one. But having lived in the woods and in the country and so forth as I have all of my life, um, I just couldn't do it. And I know people live differently. It's okay. You're not supposed to like take my lifestyle, because you can still be he's a very spiritual person, and he lives in a neighborhood. So it's like, and there are so many things he and I have in common, having never really met till this last summer. Um, him living in a conservative neighborhood all his life, there is a countrified sort of setting to the neighbors. With They have fruit trees and these trees, and they're nice lawns and kept up, but they're no $1 million homes, but it's a nice neighborhood. Um, I just couldn't do it. Does that make people who live in neighborhoods bad? No, there are people who are drawn to live in neighborhoods. Now, our little neighborhood here, but my yard is 18 and a half acres. It's not a brag, I'm just stating. So when other people walk in their backyards, it's a 50 by 30 or 50 by 50 backyard feet. It's 50 feet just to get, down to the trailhead from here. Uh, you know, so it's different. So connection to nature is different. Now, when I was a kid at 26 or so, when I bought this place, I had never really put that long term connection into the 18 acres thing. I'm buying this place. I'm going to live on it. I'm going to be the caretaker, which I still am. I'm still keeping my promise in that. And it seems like nature is kind of going along. You know, um, wow, I never thought that after 40 years I would still be alive. But that the changes that are taking place that I have watched take place, the river, the trees, the tornado that went through that took out at least 50 trees in the back. I'm not lying, and big ones. But anyway, so the things that I've witnessed and the history that I have made here and watched and so forth, where other people, my dear brother, I love him, but he's lived in this neighborhood all of his life. And so the changes are much smaller. Well, we lost this one tree, and a limb came out of that one, and it crashed into the barn, and we had to repair the roof. Well, I've had similar, but it was a huge tree. I mean, I've had 25 trees just around the yard and right out here. Up the hill, I've noticed that I've lost a good 7 or 8 very large pine trees that died standing up and fell over in a storm. Thank God they weren't closer to the house. But so the degree of things. So my brother's lovely backyard and in his neighborhood in Dayton, versus 18 acres in the swamp and all the, it was an open field when I bought this place. There was no house. There wasn't anything. Everything that is built or I brought built or whatever, right? And the I've watched the trees grow and the forest and where some people their life is always in a neighborhood in a backyard. I'm not speaking badly about it. They like it. That's what they enjoy. I'm glad I didn't make that decision because I have a really big yard to go play in now. And I'm bragging on myself in that I'm so glad I didn't go for the neighborhood. And I'd probably still be paying for the house and a small piece of property, but my house is nothing to write home about. But I have a really big playground, you know. I'm still making trails at 70 years old. I'm still getting giddy when I go to the river. I'm still giddy. I mean, like, what? If I had just a little backyard, I think I'd be bored to tears and I might be dead by now, you know? So, but everybody isn't geared the same way. My brother is a lovely man. He's a spiritual person. He brings joy to other people. He partakes in things out in the wilderness and they camp and so forth. So simply because his house and where he lives is in a neighborhood with a nice backyard, um, he's still a spiritual person. See, which is interesting in and of itself. But at the same time, the size. I'm sorry. I got the joke before I even said it. The size of the property don't make the man. Size doesn't matter. How big it is, right? But 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 as far as being able to wander around, I'm so grateful I made the choice that I did. No, so for Tracy, I'm sorry, my, yeah, I started laughing before I said it. Yeah, it was funny even to me. But anyway, he's a bigger man than I am. Just never mind. He's taller, okay, and he's 100 pounds more. But Uh, I'm sorry, Dennis. I love you, my brother. Oh, yeah. When we met this last year, and we both used the same thing, the same phrase. I ain't dead yet. Then when I said, "Yeah, I ain't dead yet," he busted out laughing. And then when he told me why, and I was like, "You got to be kidding!" We've never met, and we use the same phraseology and stuff. I mean, it's a wonderful thing. I would really like to get back up to Ohio and spend some time with my brother and his wife. She was a nice lady. But I probably have to twist his arm. He's got a canoe up there he ain't been in years. And I'm like, dude, if I come back up here, you're getting in the canoe with me. You know, screw it. I don't want to bring mine. I'll use yours when I get here. But anyway, we'll see about that. I'll buy it from him, or at least rent it. It's a nice aluminum, like about a 14 footer. Is it a smoker again? No, I didn't. What time is it? Oh, it's almost 4. Holy crap! I don't know how happy with one about the bad times when we were sick. Yeah, and I had my sick days too. Tracy, you know what? I've actually, yeah, early smoking coffee. Yeah, actually, I've thought about that. And because I literally have blood, sweat, and tears here. I have I have bled I've almost bled out here. I've bled so much. I mean, real blood, and conked myself, but oh my God, uh, been burnt and stabbed and poked and almost drowned here on the property too, due to a flood that came in and the water rose quick. Let me tell you, um, it's sort of a tsunami kind of event in my own backyard years ago, back in the 80s. So, but yeah, that was a treat. Um, I don't think I want to walk the place. But with all these crystals and everything around here, and the way some of my folks have said, we don't really necessarily want to get rid of the crystals and all. We don't know what we do with them, but and maybe I don't know if Chloe's still around, but there have been folks mention something that you know they would like to buy something of mine. Well, I got a lot of rocks and crystals and things and stuff, and oh my God, and maybe you know because my friends and family, I don't know what they don't know what the hell they're going to do with them, and out of respect for me, they'd probably just like leave shit alone, and that ain't necessarily possibly the best thing for them. But um, I think my energy is going to be here regardless if I am, simply because I've literally bled and you know cried, laughed, the whole 9 yards. And I don't think there's any way to kind of erase that. I'm kind of in the walls. I've built this place. It's a crazy design. It's not really practical, but it is what it is. It's all paid for, so um, and I probably simply because of my design and the way I built it, my presence is going to stay here in that, whether I'm actually here or not. So I know that I have a very deep, whatever it is, to this place because me and my neighbor talked about it. There's a portal back over here. And I think for some reason, I'm not sure if I talked about this. Here, let's have a, here's about wondering and wandering at the same time. In the backyard, there seems to be spirits that are wandering around that go in and out of this portal. Now, I've been back there many times. It's not always open, okay? I do not know what the conditions are, but several people that have been with me have seen it. And I've talked with my neighbor about it, and he's seen it from his side of his property. And we both pointed in the same spot. So, having not ever discussed it before, I'm saying it must be there. So, there are folks walking in and out, spirits walking in and out of this portal when it's open. And am I supposed to be like a gatekeeper in a way? In that if things get out of hand or whatever. Now, I had had discussions with my uh, um, the medicine man who was teaching me, and he was like, um, it may be that I'm here. I know I'm here because of something horribly I did years ago, and I'm trying desperately to calm the spirits that are here, and I'm here to ask them, listen. quit holding a grudge, move on. Okay. I did some nasty things. I'm here bleeding and coughing and being sick here on the property, drowning and almost, dying of heat stroke several times. And, kind of wondering why I'm still here after some of these events. But I think it's truly to make amends, and to do my penance, to somehow work out the karma, um, not only for myself, but in the spirits that are still here, that didn't move on because they still hold a grudge. So I have thought about this very deeply, Tracy, and I think I'm here, hopefully to convince some of these folks to stop hanging around and quit holding a grudge. I'm sorry for whatever happened in the past. And if it was me, I'm here. Y'all can beat me, whoop me, do whatever, make my life horrible. And some of them have, in payment and in whatever. So y'all quit hanging around here. There's a whole nother universe out there. Y'all need to move on. And maybe it's that portal in the back, and it's right there. Why don't you all jump on that train and get the hell out of here and quit reliving old things? Because there are some ghosts who've been here for quite a while. There's a woman that's dressed in Victorian clothes along with her child. And it may be that somehow I had something to do with the two of them. I'm not sure about that one. But there's another child and a woman that supposedly, the woman was of Indian descent, and she was my squaw back in the days when it was the Trail of Tears, and that, Duggar, calm down. There's somebody out there in the yard. Calm down, calm down, calm down. Come on, he's headed out. You left and now you're back. I'm still here. So I don't think my spirit's here, but other folks have discussed that there are other spirits that are here, um, in wandering around in the backyard. Now, I've got Zion Grove Church up here on the hill and New Bethel in the backyard, and my place where this portal we think exists is halfway between the cemeteries. Now, that's just weird shit. Okay. No, so you asked me, Tracy, and I got started on this, but as far as me wandering here and staying here, I think I'm going to hang around for a while, only in that there's seems to be some kind of, now that I'm learning this shaman journey, this reincarnation, that I might have to stay around sort of as a guardian of the portal. Not necessarily that I'd be stuck here at the house, but more here with some of the spirits or whatever. I'm not quite sure. I'm hoping that I get to go on an adventure. I'm hoping that this time around, um, I will have done my duty this time through, come in, been protector of the property, um, protector of the spirits here, tried to learn from the experience and for me do better, but also in doing better for me, try to do even better for the property with ceremonies and honor and that kind of thing. Taking care of the property and being honorable to Mother Nature. So, in all of that, which is has been my goal for a long time, nothing new here, right, for me. But that when it involves though the spiritual part of it and whether or not my ghost will still be here, I have honestly considered that, and I don't really think I want to stay. I'd like to come back and visit. I would like to continue protecting the place possibly for a while, but how long that while might be a lot longer than I anticipate. But I'm really kind of looking forward to going off on a cosmic adventure. Whether that happens or not, I'll find out, right? Or I won't. But I'll find out either way, right? But I don't know. I think my essence will be here for quite a while. Just in the things that I've collected, the odd crystals and artwork and things and stuff that I got. I'm going to be here because of those. Was Tracy not here? I wish me to the south. Do we know the other side? Well, whether fortunately or unfortunately, I've had several near death experiences. And my experiences on the operating table when I told the doctor about, I asked him questions that I shouldn't have known, right? And he was like, "How'd you know?" I said, "I watched the whole damn thing from up, from, what?" I was very nonchalant about it because I have traveled around astrally before. And so it wasn't anything new to me to be looking down at my body while they were operating on me, right? So I found out some interesting things like why my neck hurt and what's that tube doing down my, how come you got this? Oh, that's why I can't swallow. You shoved a damn tube down my throat for 2 hours. Oh, and you clamped it off to one side? Oh, no wonder I can't swallow. Oh, anyway, that's the truth. But so having been to the other side, I don't know if death is the same thing because with death, you don't come back. you know, with death, you don't come back. You go to this astral thing, but you don't come back. So I don't know what that's like yet. I'm just saying. But so I do know what it's like to like be in the spirit form from several accounts that I can actually uh, that uh, I won't go into the story now, but with my friend that worked at the radio station with me years ago, we did experiments, and they were right on the money. She was really good, and apparently so was I. But so for me, it's a fact. For other people, it's still scary and it's this and it's that. For me, the astral world and being there and having had these near death experiences and so forth, out of body and can prove it kind of thing. Because I asked people about it later. They go, "How'd you know that?" Um, so I must have been there. How else would I know these things, right? So, and at the moment, way too many to count. More than a dozen. I was operated on 3 times with this one, several times with my leg. So, and each of those times I had out of body experiences. So there's like 8 times I've been operated on. Well, three, yeah, six times I've been operated on, not counting other tests and things that take you to the edge. But six operations and being conked out and floating around during the things. But um, and also the drowning experience and the 3 days on the river that I had. So I know that the spirit world exists, and I know that Is there another side or is it strictly dimensional? The two can occupy the same space, as in, I watched the operations and saw particular things. So I was physically up above looking down. Now, if I had projected my mind to look down, whereas I could feel that I was still on the table, I could not, I couldn't feel the operation, but I could feel that me was on the table. So I was grounded in that respect. So there was no fear in that I'm looking down watching the thing. The first time uh it was it was kind of shocking and I was surprised, but then I just calmed down and went, "What the hell are they doing to me down there? You know, what the fuck is that? What's that clamp doing in my neck?" You know, I mean, particulars that I should not have been aware of. So, and I could see them clearly, you know. Um, so is it another side or is it strictly dimensional? If you're in another dimension, you're kind of sort of on the other side. Just consider that, okay? Um, what does the other side mean? The other side of what? Okay. I know I have been there. I know I have experienced it way too many times to count. And, um, but is it dimensional? I can't see it unless I'm in that mode. Other people have seen me when I was in my astral body, but that was their perception. Was it their psychic energy and their ability that saw me during our experiments? Or could someone else have seen me? Maybe not so much. It took the gift of the other person for the experiments that we conducted for them to work the way they did. I firmly believe, because she was very talented in being able to see spirits, ghosts, that kind of thing. So, and the fact that we could confirm it because we use the clock and the time as our focal point. I look for the clock. When she saw me or thought she saw me, she looked at the clock. It was always within a minute. So, but is it dimensional? I was in another plane, but I was still in this reality, but I wasn't dead either, right? So, if I'm dead, does that mean I'm still going to experience what I experienced in the astral form and I just don't come back to this body, you know? I scratched my head on that one. And I used to fear death like, holy crap, a lot. But I wanted to die a lot, which was stupid. Uh, what did you do to be able to see? I wouldn't wanted to see. Um, the person her name was Sheila. She worked at the same radio station on a different shift. And so she would fall asleep before she final sign off and she'd miss sign off. Okay. And she'd get in trouble. But she was going to school and work at the radio station in evenings, and she was falling asleep with I'm actually I described one time where she was laying with her head on the console with a book, and she was like, "I woke up like that. How did you know?" And that's when we started the experiments. So I would go to the radio station. because it was about the time when I was going to sleep. And I would go to the radio station and first look at the clock to see what time it was. And then I would look to see where she was. Well, the first time I did this when she was awake and that I could collaborate with her, I walked in the back of the behind her through the door of the control room, looked up at the clock, and it was like 6 minutes, 5 minutes till 11, or maybe it was 12. She was getting ready to do the top of the hour. She was getting ready to do the news and sign off. And she turned around and screamed and said, "Don't you ever sneak up behind me again." And I just went poof. It, I freaked out and was woke up back at the house, 50 miles away, and was like, "Whoa, that was creepy." So my shift didn't start for another 2 days. So um, when I saw her next, she was like, come out of the back of the radio station as I was walking into the park across the parking lot. Don't you ever walk up behind me again and scare me like that. Then I said, what time was it? She goes, it was about 6 minutes till, and I was getting ready to do the weather, and you snuck up behind me. Don't you ever do that to me again. And I went, oh, she really did see me, feel me, whatever, because that's exactly what time. And I saw her turn her. I said, so which way did you? And we went into the radio station and we replayed it. No, I never dated her. Nope, she was not my date. Nope, we were just friends, colleagues. But she found me in the woods in Berlin, Georgia, in another county. In the middle of the night, she tracked me down. That's how good she was. To ask me a question and to do a reading for her. I used to do readings for people. Just hold your hands. Just give me your hands. But nope, I did not date her. And I don't know where she is. She was really talented, a little squirrely headed, but she was really talented. And we conducted several of these experiments, and they each revolved around what time is it. And so I came into the radio station from the front door, had big um, plate glass windows. And so I would walk up to the station instead of coming in the back door. I would come in through the front, look through the windows, and she described it every time. And I didn't never prompted her as to how I would go up to the station or go. I went up to the windows like this as a spirit looking in, like duh. But I couldn't see my physical body, but I could feel me. So what would I do in my physical self to walk up to the windows from across the lawn and look in where it was bright inside to see where she was in the control room? And she saw me every time I did that. And again, we were within a couple of minutes each time. Because walking up to the front, there wasn't a clock I could see easily. So I would go around the side and kind of get a peek. But she always described me how I was standing at the window, and I could describe that she was holding the teletype, that she was fixing. She would go in where the teletype machine was, and you'd tear off the weather or whatever the top of the hour was, and then you went, and that's what you read. And so I could see her at the teletype, or I could see her changing tapes on the radio station side. So we could collaborate this, uh, my explanation or what I saw and what she could see. So between the two, it didn't really matter exactly what the time was because we could collaborate these things. It was uncanny. It was almost scary. Okay, quite frankly. Yeah, it's 4:20 Really, 420. So it's hard to make this statement or answer this statement, Dominic. Linear or cyclical. And it had to have been linear for this simple reason. Whatever was going on in her timeline at the time it was happening at the radio station, that would have been linear. Okay. Now, you could say, was it cyclical in that we repeated the cycle, but only because we were conducting with intent and experiments, plural. So there are other instances like, during the operations and things like that, when I could make reference to it didn't matter what time it was, but it was the events, like seeing my neck clamped to one side and asking him, why does my throat hurt? Well, no, no. Did you clamp? Was that a big clamp? Yeah. And having had 3 operations on my neck and all other types of stuff, testing and things, some of them required putting me out to the almost dead thing with anesthesia. Um, it's not in this plane, in this 3D, even though my body was. So it has to be dimensional. Um, but they coexist at the same time. Now, having not been dead, okay, and having been tied to my body, um, I didn't really go too far. It wasn't like I went wandering around. See, this is still appropriate to the topic tonight. But astrally, I wasn't out just wandering around. I was in the hospital, or I was at the radio station, or I was at whatever certain pre planned things were. But now, in the dream state, as the shaman in training, there have been many times where I know I have been taken off places. I know that my spirit has gone places, but I can't prove it. Okay. All I can do is state what I saw, felt, and the fact that, like the 3 days on the river when I should have been dead, I'm still here after all that. That's a miracle in and of itself to me. So, and I had to have been in another dimensional position to have endured that much time under those conditions. So, when I die, I know I'm at least going there. What I'm going to feel, how I'm going to linger. Um, I've all, from my standpoint, as far as astral projecting on purpose, there was always a purpose for my astral projecting. I wanted to go here. I wanted to go see this. When I was in jail, I went home to Georgia. I came home to Georgia, and it kept me from going crazy for the year I was in jail. So, with all that said, was it dimensional? I experienced it while in my body, but not in a 3D, here I am scenario. But also, I was in Georgia. Also, I was at the radio station. Also, I was walking with the spirits. Also, I was in the operating room. Also, could I have been somewhere else and gone somewhere else? Maybe. But at that time, it's those the events tied me to that spot, okay? Or tied me to, like, I'm going to the radio station to see Sheila. So that's what I was tied to. That was my intent. Um, so when you're dead, do you have that intent? I mean, if my body's in the ground, am I stuck to it? If I'm not breathing anymore, am I stuck to it? I don't think so, not in the same way. But at the same time, having never had, I guess, the freedom consciously of being able to roam around anywhere in the cosmos that I wanted to, um, how would I even go about doing it? So I know I'm going to need some instruction when I get to the other side. And as I think everybody does. And in a way, I sort of think that's what purgatory is. You have to go in the waiting room, and they got to make sure that you know how to get about, you know, because it's going to be really new to a lot of people. Now, I don't, in my wish, in my shaman journey, what do I want out of this? I want to be able to pass a good warrior's path, a good shaman path. In other words, I want to do well enough to when I go into the other realms, I'll remember. If I'm reincarnated, I will have attained the status of doing well enough this time through to remember this time when I'm reincarnated the next time. That I want to be able to remember past events. So I'm going to work my butt off, spiritually and otherwise, to learn how to connect with the cosmos while I'm here this time, to learn about the spiritual, to learn about the energy, to feel and understand. And so that when I do pass, I will have learned before I get there, where other people are just going to pass and they're going to be like, now what do I do? Hopefully, I will have had some training in the passing. I don't know what's going to happen when I get there, don't know what's up, but my feeling is there's an adventure coming. And the fact that I cleaned up my act, the fact that I'm still trying to keep my act clean, the fact that I'm still working on and I haven't given up. And if anything, I'm even more um, committed, I guess. Have been committed, by the way, but that I am committed to the cause and for what I've agreed to. So I'm all beyond the bitching and complaining. Though I argue once in a while, I've pretty much given up arguing here this last year or two. It just doesn't do any good. I can postpone it for a day or so, but nah. But the lovely thing about this is, though, I'm not scared of dying anymore because I have had all these near death experiences and so forth, or these astral out of body, etc. Um, that I could confirm, then it can't be any worse than that. I'm suspecting. I just won't be able to walk around in this body anymore because it won't work. So I am looking forward to the adventure. You're welcome, Michelle. Thank you, darling. And I didn't expect to be here this much longer either. But Dominic asked some good questions I wouldn't want to see. Now, Tracy, if you're still there, and I love you, Michelle, and we need to chat just to chat, but have a good one, okay? And know that prayers are always there. Um, what did you do to be able to see? Okay, I think because I had practiced as a child, not knowing what astral projection was, when I got to the operations, I had already had a couple of operations before I had my neck operated on. So I'd had a little bit of prior experience. When they operated on my leg and stuff, I could just see the doctor isn't around and stuff. And I asked a couple of questions, and the doctor was like, "What do you mean? How'd you know that?" And I just, yeah, okay. But I was like 15 years old, right? And really new at this. Later on, I was in my 30s when I had my neck operated on, had had some practice. Sheila and I had practice with the radio station thing. So then by the time the operation started coming around, I'd already had these prior experiences. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Michelle. Okay. Just know. All right. That's all. Um, so it ain't a worry thing. All right. I love you. Um, but so what did I do? I was just there. Now, when the experiments happened, I laid down, I went into meditation. I specifically went to astral project on purpose. Okay. So when I was in jail and I came to Georgia, I went into meditative state and I astral projected on purpose. Okay. To get the hell out of the jail and to get a little bit of country air. Um, so I've thought about this because in discussing the astral, that when the house burned down out in Berlin and the spirit manifested himself into physical form where he touched me and shook my foot, I could see him and not see through him. And he woke me up and told me the house was on fire. And then subsequently found out he was the great great grandfather of the guy I was renting it from. And that the reason that they couldn't keep the house rented was because the people who rented the house thought it was haunted. And it was by the old grandfather who him and his brothers had built the house. Now, I've often wondered, it was a nice place, a good view, and I could kind of see sitting on the porch and just and being happy and content. But no, whether or not I would like me myself, you too, Michelle, okay, at your convenience, all right, whenever you got a minute. But did he stay around that house on purpose? In that, did he have prior knowledge being in the spiritual world and being in the astral dimension? I'll just say, did he know somehow that he had to stay at the house, that there was going to be a fire, And his ultimate job would be to save me and my family at the time from burning up in the house. Um, I mean, I honestly, seriously, was that his journey? Because I lived off and on. Well, I was away from the house for a little over a year because I was in jail. But then I lived in the house for over a year before after that. So I lived in it for 4 years before and skipped a year, another year, so about 5 years total. And used to sit on the front porch with the ghost and drink a beer, smoke a joint, watch the sunset, my rocking chair, his rocking chair, and I can remember it clearly still to this day. And looking over there and going, I don't know who you are, but ain't it a beautiful sunset? And the chair would just rock back and forth, and it never freaked me out. I was like, it's a little weird. I can actually see the rocking chair move, but it's okay. I didn't move out of the house. I didn't think it was freaky because nothing really ever more freaky than chairs moving a couple things. It was groovy. And I never felt threatened by the old fellow. He saved my life, for God's sakes. So, but did he know ahead of time? Is that why he, quote, haunted the house? That I was going to, did he know it was going to be me? But did he r- somehow know that he had to stay there, that something tragic could have happened? Because he saved three of us, he saved our lives. And so was that's a reason for the haunting. Now, I don't know. I can only speculate. But there's a large part of me that says yes. He may not have known it was me. He may not have known when or who or what. But I don't think he haunted the place, although uh, he died in the house. They had his wake there. They had his coffin in the front room, his big front room. And so his spirit was there. Him and his brothers built the house. They cut the trees and built this log cabin. It was huge. So was he in it? Yeah. Blood, sweat, and tears? Yeah. But he was physically there. Now, when I pass away, and I've been here over 40 years, will I be inclined to stay? Will my spirit roam these woods and sit here in the chair in the evenings or look out the window? Or I don't know, honestly. Now, if there's a further purpose for me to be here after I pass that I'm not aware of, maybe, like the portal in the backyard that has been seen by many people. Am I supposed to stay here after I pass and continue to guard it? I don't know. I don't know. Somehow, if I do really good and can, continue to work things out for myself and whatever, I'm hoping for an adventure. That's all I can say about that. But also, whatever's in store for me, or you for that matter, um, it's been a hell of an adventure and a journey. And I'm looking forward to whatever the next round is. I'm hoping I won't be floating around as a molecule for too long, that I'll get a chance to go somewhere and maybe kayak on some alien planet somewhere. How flippin' cool would that be? But be able to remember this life when I get there. That's the key. It's a good medicine, death. In other words, we have done the best we can. But honestly, not, I mean, oh, well, I think I done good. I'm going to go to heaven. Nah, you got to really do it. You got to be it. You got to live it. You can't just talk about it. And so that's the thing. I can talk about it, but also I'm doing my best to live it. Walk the walk, talk the talk, you know. And so, and to be humble along the way. And I've met all you wonderful people in this journey. So it's going to be interesting. I'm not looking forward to dying anytime soon, but at the same time, I'm sure that I'll have a few more spiritual journeys. I expect, like the last week when we were on the river, um, it was a spiritual experience then, with the sun going down, the stars coming out, and paddling back at dark, and it was great. So the experiences will continue, I'm sure, as long as I'm able to paddle. I'm going to have them. So for wherever you on for wherever you are on your journey, on your path, on your red road, if that's it, take the opportunity to take these adventures, whatever they may be for you, and enjoy them. It's part of your life experience. If you just stay in your own backyard all the time and you don't see someone else's or experience life, then it's not going to add much to your life experience. And it's sort of like, for those folks who have listened, studied the Bible, or whatever, there is the parable where the master of the house says, I'm going away for a while. Here's 5 talents for you. Here's 3 for you. And here's 1 for you. The guy with 5, he goes out and develops 5 more. Master's like, great. Um, the next guy shows up, the servant, whatever, and he goes, you gave me 3. I got 3 more. Great. You can come and stay in the house. The guy that gets 1, he said, well, master, you gave me 1. I didn't know what to do with it, so I saved it so I could give it back to you. And the master's like, get the hell out of here. So talents, I always thought of it as in money. But what if it is an actual talent that God gave you the talent to be a nurse? And so, but you don't, you know, um, or, or you creator gives you the talent for healing in some way, but you don't use that talent. You could become a nurse, you could become a this, you could become a therapist. There are many ways that you could heal people, but you don't. So God gives you the talent, creator, and you don't use it at all. But if you take that talent and you say, well, I don't know whether I want to become a nurse or not, but you go into the medical field and you maybe start out as a nurse and then you go into a different field and then maybe you go into therapy and you do actual hands-on healing with people. So but you at least, so you start out as a nurse, but then the second talent comes out in that you learn something else, then you learn therapy, and then you learn. So the talents multiply as you use them, as you develop them. So creator gives us all talents, but if we don't try to use them, if we don't try to extend ourselves and maybe learn another talent that, well, I don't know if I really, but let me give it a try, you might find a whole new world. And you will, because you tried. You gave it, and I'm going to see what this looks like. I tried crocheting. I'm not very good. I'm really slow, but I tried. Honestly, there's some men I know who can just do. I can't. Okay. But there are other things that you, whoever, can do to expand our knowledge by learning another talent, even if it's just trying a little over here. Well, I'm not very good at it, but you tried. Well, somebody asked me, but you want to do painting. I'm not really good at painting like landscapes or anything. I'll paint your house, but I'm just not that artistic in that. I can draw houses, I can draw machines, I can draw 3D perspectives of things, but you want me to draw a cat or a bowl of fruit or something? Eh, I'm lousy at it. So it doesn't mean I haven't tried, but I still draw. I still use my talent. It's just in another area. So where other people can't draw a straight line or project or whatever in that respect. So, but they can doodle, you know, and their doodling is like, God, I would love to be able to doodle like you do. Oh, it's just a doodle. Yeah, but I can't do that. I have to draw houses and cathedrals and shit. I can't draw a mouse. I can't draw somebody. I can't draw a horse. Nope. So, but that doesn't mean that you know there isn't talent there. I just don't have that particular talent. So you develop it in another artistic way. So I've built puppets, I've built houses, I've built all other. I used to build sets for theaters, and I've done a lot of creative building and drawing and set designs. But I still can't draw a horse or a dog or a cat. Draw this in the magazine, and you can be a nah. I fail every time. So, but it doesn't mean that I won't still try. I would love to do animation, for example, on the computer. But Creator gives us opportunities. And there are a lot of times we have to excuse me, that was a big yawn. I've been here for 4 hours and 21 minutes. That's worth a 420 hit. And I'm out. So this will be it. But it's been a lovely morning and a lovely evening with you all. And I just want to share these weird discussions about wander versus wonder. I think the universe is a wonderment, and I can't wait to go wander around in it and as a spiritual being or whatever that is on the other side. Who knows? I might have an avatar waiting for me. I might just be in this body as an honest to God avatar. That's that's a distinct possibility. Because there are times when I feel I've been in two places at once. I feel like I'm literally in another place while I'm like here, and it's been really odd at times. Um, and speaking of wander and wonder, very these last couple of months specifically, um, I guess starting in about the middle of February would be about right because we're almost in the middle of April. So about 2 months ish. I've noticed that there are a lot of things that I'm seeing that are like slipping out of the dimensions. Like I'm not used to seeing ghosts where other people do see spirits. I perceive them. There sometimes it feels like I can see an outline of something, but I don't really see them like I see dead people see them. But I've been catching glimpses of stuff that I swear to God that it's like two dimensions are like folding over for a little bit, and something will appear and then just disappear. It'll walk by one window but not to the next. Like, what the hell? So there have been times when I've scratched my head and go, "You're losing it, Hawkeye. You're literally going crazy." But then again, I realize, nah, because it's not everywhere all the time. But like yesterday, it was like really heavy. And I was like, wow, there's just shit walking in and out of the dimensions. They're just popping in. And I mean, not just out of the corner of your eye, but I mean, like in full vision, but just in little spaces. It's really odd. So, but anyway, with that said, um, we just do the best we can here because it is going to make a difference on the other side. Because whatever energies, and if it's a positive one, then that positive energy is going to follow us. If we're negative and down and dark and nasty, there's going to have to do a lot of whitewashing. They're going to have to send your soul to the washateria and put you in the long, big cycle where you got to wash and tumble and wash. And then you might even have to go to the dry cleaners and maybe even to the steam laundry, because you have just brought so much dark emotional baggage with you when you die that it's got to be cleaned. You got to learn to get it out. You've got to be able to do, and maybe that means you got to do an incarnation to clean that baby up. Now, I can't be sure that that's what's up for me, but in having conversations with other people about it, it kind of sort of makes sense. Like my friend Martha, she was a nurse for many years and worked in nursing homes. It was a nursing home. It was partially the reason why she died as early as she did. But she was sick and there was a lot of stuff wrong with her, but it was in a nursing home that was her demise. Ironic. But she always knew she had a purpose to be a nurse and to help people. So that's what you're supposed to do, kind of thing. Me, I was a machinist and mechanic and architect and builder and engineer. That was my lot. But I have helped people. I learned massage. It just wasn't where I was supposed to go. I have helped hands on with people. I've learned to do card readings, and in some instances, it seems to have helped folks. So I'm still working on the helping folk in whatever way that might be as things change in my life, as I get older, as just stuff changes. Um, so my intent is still pure. So for any of you out there, if your intent is still pure and you still want to help, you haven't figured it out, but you still want to, if the need arises or the occasion or whatever, maybe it just ain't been your time yet to do whatever it is you're supposed to do. It may be that your mission is you're waiting around going, oh, one of these days, whatever it is I'm supposed to do, and then the day comes and you go, ah, okay. So that's like me the time I went into town that December, and on the way home, there was a gentleman who'd been in the accident, lost his leg. The truck was on fire, and we saved the gentleman. Um, you never know when that might happen. So, am I going to be around on the property after I die? I guess it depends on the overall mission and whether or not I'm still needed or whether or not it's necessary. I'll let you know from the other side, I reckon, because I really don't know from this side. But again, my feeling is they got an adventure in store for me. We'll see. I'd love to see what's going on the other side of that portal where everybody's going. Because they walk in and out of it without any kind of like pressure. They Some of them go in and some of them come out. Okay, what's up with that? But anyway, so I love you all. Happy Sunday. Be safe. It's supposed to be a beautiful day down here in South Georgia and in other parts too. So I hope your day is beautiful, um, because each and every day I continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, 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 many blessings from the universe. You too, Tracy. Did I get some of this across to you before I get out of here? You got any questions? I'm good for a few more minutes. But, me and Duggar, each and every day that we go outside to play, we both continue to pray that each and every one of you and your friends and your family and all of your relatives and relations will learn to continue to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And Duggar's kind of sort of an old dog, and he's still learning. So there's good in the universe. And in that law of three, which is always important to me, and it seems to be important in the universe too, that I continue to pray each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. Yeah, we good. Any ghost came in? Any ghosts come in the house? You mean here? Actually, there was no house here when I put the place here. But when I dug a corner of the foundation, I found this humongous root tree something. But there were no houses here. It was a wheat field when I bought this place. But years ago, I've seen a spirit go up and down these stairs. And there were no spirits here before. So if this portal in the backyard is like letting them walk in and out, and they're just coming by to see what the hell's going on, that's interesting in and of itself. Like, I mean, literally, you could hear the stair creak. And I had motion detectors up and down stairs with battery operated motion detectors. So when I got upstairs, and took one step, a light would come on, and I could see all the way down the hall up there. And then as I got closer to the top of the stairs, one came on at the top of the stairs. So when I got to the stairs was already lit. And at the bottom of the stairs, as soon as I turned, so I had one down here about where I'm sitting that would show the bottom of the stairs, all of motion uh, activated. Well, I'd be in the bed upstairs and the lights had come on. Ain't nobody in the house but me. No dogs, no birds, no cats. And the light would come on at the bottom of the stairs first. You'd hear it creak on the stairs. Then the light at the top of the stairs would come on. And of course, they were on for a minute or so and they'd turn off. And then I'd go, well, whoever you are, you're upstairs. And then a little bit later on, the one at the top of the stairs would come on. And then the one at the bottom of the stairs would come on and go off, and whoever it was would go back down the stairs. And it wasn't nobody here before me that I know of, because I didn't find any foundation or anything. But it was a wheat field when I bought the place. So I know that for sure. But anyway, so something's been wandering around in this place. So spiritually, it is active. And the fact that my backyard is between two cemeteries almost exactly is like, that was just strange. Did not plan on that one. But thanks to Google Earth, I was able to mention it, measure it. And within a few feet, I swear to God, it's really strange that we're halfway between the cemeteries. So there, how big's the house upstairs? As big as the downstairs. I mean, there's a bedroom up there. There's an office at the top of the stairs. There's a tiny little bathroom crowded in between. There's a loft right up here, but most of this is just open. And the bedroom upstairs and a small. It's sort of like a porch, but it ain't. But anyway, so not real big. Um, but the fact that there have been several people who have seen ghosts like right behind the house and around the outside. And it's the same ghosts, there's two of them. It's the lady dressed in Victorian and the young girl who's dressed similarly. And there was a little girl, the family lived here way back when I had my first operation. And the young girl talked and played with the little girl ghost in the backyard. I'd sit here by the window here, and recuperating, and I could hear her talking to someone, and they'd answer and this and that. And then my friend Marcia, who passed away, um, she said, she's talking to that little girl ghost I told you was here. And I was like, no way. And we sat here and listened. Yeah, actually, I'm having had other people describe the portal as what I have seen, and similarly to what my neighbor has seen. And I just met my neighbor like 6 months ago, and God bless him. But the fact that um, he has, seen this, um, not everybody would admit it. You know what I'm saying? He admitted it. So it must be real. That's my point. So for all these years, I was kind of sort of speculating because it's one man's opinion, but when somebody else says, "No, I seen it too," well, okay, you know. Oh, so you seen Bigfoot? Yep. So in essence, in a way, we've kind of both seen Bigfoot. you know. Um, Now that I used to do a lot of ceremonies down there, and it growed up and got nasty. And now the fact that I burned it off this year, and it did a really good job. Um, and being down there tonight, there's green coming up all over. There's ferns that are coming up that you would have swore would never come back up again. You've you've seen Bigfoot? Good. What did my neighbor say? He described basically the same portal that I've seen, that several of us have seen, but he's seen it from his side of the property, is the only difference. But he's seen it in the same general location between our two properties. And so he's like, yep, down there by the, yep, and it's over by the, yep. Holy crap, you really have seen it. It was like, what? Because there's a place that goes, when they logged the trees off of both of our properties at the same time, but he didn't own his property at that time. But they have these big skidders that pull the logs behind through the swamps and stuff. Anyway, big skidder pulling logs from his property onto my property where it was high and dry enough for them to load the trucks on a big semi and then drive them off the place. And so where they drove through this little head, in other words, there's water in there, where the creek, when the water's high, runs from his place to mine. It's in that area where that road goes through from his to mine, and it left tracks. It left a ditch. So when I was asking him about it, I said, it's over by where the ditch goes through the thing. Drove a skidder in and out of a door, huh? The best way, Tracy, I can describe this is, now I saw this way before I saw Stargate. Okay, long time before I saw Stargate. Um, but the shimmering light thing, kind of sort of roundish, but it's not clearly defined. And he agreed with me. It wasn't like it was a perfect circle, but it was roundish. Okay, more round than square. And that it seemed to be kind of sort of bluish, like shimmering, almost like Stargate thing. After it does the go whoosh, and it comes back and it's just there and they walk through it. It's a lot like that. And the first time I saw Stargate, I went, holy crap. And I had a black and white TV at the time when I first saw one. And then the series came out. Well, by that time, we'd had experiences with it. And I kept thinking, it's like the Stargate, but it ain't. But it's like a Stargate in the astral. It's not really present in the physical per se, that you could go over and like touch it. But well, let me tell you, I was afraid to walk over there the times that I saw it. I just wanted to like, oh, well, that's cool. Let me sit here and watch it. But now after all these years, if I saw it again, I might actually um want to go over and try to touch it. Maybe. A lot of spirits going in and out. Here's something. Hey Richard, how you doing? Here's something, Tracy. You ever seen the Hogwarts thing, right? Where they kind of walk through a wall and they're in another place. Um, because it's not the location is always there, but I can't say that the portal is always there and open, but at right moments or times it sort of like people coming in and out of Hogwarts. It opens up and folks come walking out of this wall and into the train station, and um, it's there, but it ain't, but it is. You know what I mean? So in having thunk about this over the years, and now where it's like, okay, now let's see if we can explain it. Lucy, you got some explaining to do. But so it's akin to Stargate at when it's just flat. It is I keep going with the sapphire color. It's sort of a blue. See where the white in this? It does the shimmering white blue thing in there, and it doesn't shimmer like the Stargate does in the show. Um, it's translucent. It looks more like a cloud. Yes, it looks more like a cloud in a fourth dimensional. Like it's like a mist, but it isn't, but it is, but you can see it, but you can't. It's almost like a fog. And these folks just kind of they're they have this glow about them. It's hard. They just kind of sort of glow. Um, Sort of like a firefly, a lightning bug. If they just stayed on, it's almost like one of those Siloom lights, sort of like water, but more like a cloud, Tracy. As I sit here and think about it, it's honestly more cloudish as a cloud. So, but there's no like when the entities walked in and out, the clouds didn't move, or there was no like mist or smoke or anything moving around them. They just went in or they came out. Uh, just that was that. Now, interesting, when we've seen it, you couldn't see through it. Like if somebody came out of it, I've not heard them. Okay. Um, But I have seen where two or three came out as like a group, and they seem to be like having conversation between them, which now that I try to describe this, yeah, they did kind of look like there was this one that seemed, I want to say husband and wife, but they could have been fiance or something, but they like came out like arm in arm. Her arm was through his, and I swear to God, it was like they were dressed in the 50s, you know, not necessarily Al Capone from the 30s with the hats but like that, but more 50s ish. I can't believe I'm describing it like that, but and then there was another person with them, and they walked out and then just kind of just a certain distance from it, they just disappear. You can't I couldn't really see their faces, but you could see generally this um that's interesting. Dante did his last video about the blue light and about the blue blade, and that shadow was blue. It is blue, and their the entities would be blue and then just not be there. So it was almost like they walked so far and walked out of the visual blue, and they just, I don't know where they went, kept walking or whatever. And then folks, you couldn't see them. I couldn't see them walking through the woods. But the closer they got to the portal thing, then it was like they turned this blue, like this blue aura, something. You could see through them, sort of. But when they got to the portal, um, they just went in, and that was that. No shimmer, nothing changed. They just walked in, and you could, although the portal looks translucent, it's sort of like, Visqueen, plastic, the 4 mil plastic that's clear but ain't. So you can kind of sort of see through it, but it's cloudy. It's kind of like that, in that it's opaque. You can see it through it, but you can't, you know. So something would just step out, um, it just like the Stargate thing. And then, the times that I was down in the woods doing ceremonies and things, not every time that I did a ceremony did I see the portal. Okay. But there were many times I went down in the woods just to do a fire down at what I called the circle, and no ceremony, but could see the portal. And there were times when the whatever was going in and out, like toilet privacy glass, that would be, yeah, that would be similar. Um, like I've got these windows that I took out of showers that you can see through them, but you can't see through them, sort of like a shower door. That would be a good, in that it's opaque, but it ain't. But I have seen the picture in my head forever, but I've never tried to really describe it. I just say it's sort of roundish, and and it's down there, and but um Dante was talking about something in his video about plasma and about plasma blue, or maybe it was the blue and I associated it with plasma. That might be my bad. But anyway, that the blue light, the blue, and so everything associated with this portal back here is always associated with this bluish, okay? And kind of like, I'll show you this again. Let me pick a good spot. But right up here at the top, let me get the light on it right. uh, about like that. See where this white and the blue mix? There's a whiteness to it that's similar to this. It ain't really white, but it is. There's a streak that goes through here, but it's mostly blue, but with white. Uh, anyway, so but he described it the same way. The people many years ago, 20, 30 years ago, when we first spotted this thing, they all agreed. Everybody all agreed on what we all described it the same way. What I did was we all saw it hanging around the fire, and then later on, I was like, "You see that? Yeah, blah blah blah." But then later on, um, I had individual conversations with him, and like, "Hey, uh, oh, I missed some of y'all's conversation up here. Oh, I think I answered that question. I haven't tried to walk through it. I was afraid to, be honest with you, Tracy. But that was way back then, and this is now. I don't know about walking through it, but I'd like to go up and see if I could put my hand through like the edge of it or something. I'd like to walk up because it's definitely confined in a certain spot. So if you walk over to the as I'm looking at it to the left of it, I want to walk left of it and see if I can see it like from the edge, you know, sort of like the guys when they first fired up the Stargate, they had to walk around the back to see if it went somewhere, right? Sort of like that, but I don't want to walk through it, not until it's my time. Um, Now I haven't seen it in a few years, but I gotta say, the last time I saw it, I was kind of scared of it. I was like, there are beings going in. Cosmic hugs to you too, Miss Pearl. I didn't know you were still hanging out, but good on you, darling, and have a good day. But um, the last time, which I said was years ago, I had this thought of, do I have any idea, just because it was my experience, who or what the hell is going in and out of that thing? Regardless of the fact that I've seen it, regardless of the fact that other people have seen it. Now, my neighbor, after all these years, he has, you know, oh, holy crap. So I was down there actually, kind of sort of in the same spot tonight and standing there looking through the woods, and I don't feel anything creepy. I don't, maybe there's creepy down there, but I don't feel it. If anything, over the years, I feel like there's a relief in the woods that I can't explain. Some kind of tightness or anxiousness or something like that. And it doesn't feel like that anymore. So I'm hoping that I can continue that pain. And we've had some really good rain here. So it's really soggy down there right now. But as soon as it dries up a little bit, I got plenty of scrap and pieces and stuff that's on the ground. And so I want to have another bonfire down there. And I'm going to take my drum, which I did not have back in those days. And I've got a lot more knowledge now than I did then. And so I'm going to do a couple of ceremonies with some simple sage and you know, and a fire and a drum, rattle, maybe maybe some flute if it'll play, and give honor to the ground and give honor to the spirits, whether I see the portal or not, but knowing that there are spirits down yonder. And it has worked previously in other places. And so, my to go into the ceremony now with a whole lot more knowledge of things, and by having more confidence and being able to do a drum. Before I was just learning whether or not I should even use a drum, and now after this 8 9 years of practice and learning and more practice, that it would be most appropriate um, to go down and do a drum. Where before I had some of the spirits who were trying to communicate to me that they thought I was trying to be an Indian, which I do have um, native blood in me. Not that it's some kind of made up thing. No, it's really there. So, but having not grown up in the native community, like I can't remember who it was. Anyway, had asked the question, said, they, um, you can have Cherokee blood, but that doesn't mean that you were born Cherokee. Okay. Meaning, yes, your parents were Cherokee, or at least one, and but you don't have the knowledge or the history, or you don't have the stories from the elders. That was me. So, in trying to learn about my honest, true heritage on my mother and grandmother and great grandmother's side, folks kept thinking that I was trying to be an Indian, that I was from a Wanabe tribe, the wannabes. And no, I seriously wanted to know what I feel is in my bones and in my blood that I need to learn. So I wasn't trying to impress anybody. I didn't want to learn to do ceremonies to go out and gather a crowd, to gather recruits or whatever. I wanted to learn to do ceremonies so that I could honor the spirits and bring honor to Mother Earth. And that's one of the reasons why the medicine man decided to teach me and to because I already learned so many things through my own, which freaked him out. But but to go back down there and probe and do an honest, uh, you know, thought out, pre planned kind of ceremony, and I would always do it with honor, but and just see what happens because I ain't got a clue, but I know there's some funky stuff goes on down there. I had a gentleman who was of Indian descent, I think Cherokee, maybe some Muskogee Creek, and he told me that he had seen some of the spirits down there in the woods, and that one tried to hitch a ride with him out of the woods to go home with him, kind of thing. And I was like, "What?" Now I haven't said that to much folk, anybody actually. My dear friend Martha at times said, there's some spirits out there. And she said, I don't want to go in your woods. And I said, why not? She said, because they want to come up and touch me. And I was like, I don't think I've had that. I have had what feels like the spirits of the woods, but I don't feel like somebody's been putting their hands on me that I can recall. So I've had a lot of folk over the years in my woods and around the house and stuff that have witnessed things. And so one person says, I seen a lady and a girl, don't know anybody else. Somebody else says, there's the ghost of this lady and a girl in your backyard. Did you know that? That's two. Somebody else says, there's a ghost of a little girl in your backyard. Well, that's two and a half. But if you saw the little girl, the lady's hanging around. You just didn't see her. I saw them years ago. Thought I was seeing things, and then other people corroborated with me and said, did you know you got a ghost of this? And well, there's four, five, and over the years, the numbers just keep growing. So, but anyway, if you can't tell, I'm really tired. It's 5:26. I missed it. Um, my pipe is empty. I got to go to the potty. My back is sore, and it's oh, I've been doing this for 5 hours. That's what it is. Oh, but it has been 5 hours and 20. So anyway, um, Tracy, I hope that I that's probably tonight, this morning, right now, is probably one of the best explanations that I have been able to give over the years that people have asked me about it. And in my own head, in just allowing that picture to come back out, it's like water, but it ain't. But it is more like clouds. And anyway, hey, Cherry. Yeah, and I gotta go. I'm really whooped. I've had a couple of miles hikes through the woods and stuff, and transplanting trees and doing laundry, and it's all good. And I've been doing this for the last 5 hours. So I love you all, I do, but I honestly can't hold out anymore. So I said the prayer an hour ago, but I'm going to add another one or two right now because every single day I do, honestly, partially because it's my job and my responsibility, but it's because I love y'all, honestly, that I continue to pray that each and every day, each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, many blessings in the universe and from the universe. And that you all keep doing a good job and reject the crazy chaos that the world and people are trying to push on you. Stay out of that mess. Good night, Jules. I had a weird angel moment. Oh, I wish I wasn't so tired. I'd love to hear it. Honest. Another time, hopefully. Okay. So, dear friends, the spirit world does exist on many different ways. My own experiences and near death and stuff like that. I can't explain how it works or whatever, but it is there because through experiments and others and doctors and my own questions, I have validated it. So you can ask other people, you can have your own experience. And I've talked with other folks, and there are other people who have this totally different vision or whatever that they talked to God and stuff when they were there. Not me, but yes, I am very tired, my friend. You're absolutely right. But it's a good tired. I've been wanting to just have a sit down chat, and uh, just BS about stuff. But, tonight I really got into this discussion about the portal. And, I have every intention of doing ceremonies and so forth to try to see what's up because it has been very confusing over the year to a lot of people. So maybe it's my job as learning to be the shaman, that it's also to bring peace and spirits and Maybe it's to shut the damn thing off. That could be too. So we'll find out. I'll let you know as I go. Yes, it means time us near, and so it's ascension. We'll see. You know, Cherry, and I spoke about this 4.5 hours ago. But in that, there were a lot of promises that were made for February, of January actually, and March. All these events and ascension, and we're supposed to be in the fourth dimension by now, and the event which was supposed to be coming so soon, it still ain't arrived, and all the promises from ET and this one and that one, and ain't none of them solidified. I'm still waiting, but ain't none of them happened. And so this ascension thing, um, I'm still waiting, but I'm here to tell you that if you continue to keep your, uh, I'm just whether you were or not, I'm just bringing it back up as a sort of a wrap up. In that none of this happened, but here's my point. Ascension is a continuation. I continue to ascend my stairs to get upstairs. But my understanding of the spirit world is through the lessons that I learned. And this idea that ascension is just going to happen like that, I don't know. But I do know that I know more now myself since I have been trying to honestly learn and practice and see. And so the ascension is through my own hard work. The ascension is through my continued connection with the Mother Earth and nature, and yes, the spirit world, and just trying to do the best I can under all the situations. So, but this idea that we're all going to ascend at the same time, and it's going to be like a puff of white light. It's going to be like somebody took our picture with a flashlight, a, a flash bulb. Okay, but I do know that for myself, the more that I learn and understand about the spirit realm and nature and everything in and of itself, I feel my spirit being lifted. And that ain't that like ascension? So, but is it like what the books describe or what everybody else? I don't know. But I do know that I'm progressing because where I used to be angry all the time, wanted to be suicidal, I wanted to die, kill, not live, all that's changed. So simply because I've dropped my burden, I am of lighter spirit. Therefore, I can float and fly easier. And ain't that like ascension? I don't know. I'll let you know. But Cherry, not mass ascension. Well, that is no way. It almost did. Maybe, maybe not. I ain't giving up on it, Cherry, honestly, because I do believe we are getting hit by a lot of cosmic energies. I do see people's auras and their energies and stuff change. There's some folks that I thought would never change have had, different changes of mindsets. So, but this idea that fourth dimension or the ascension is somehow we're going to be able to see spirits, talk to I don't know about that, but I know that in the awakening process of people, which is still going on, um, there is this mindset, and it does seem to be ascending more than descending. So we'll see. We'll see how to go before sleep, before the sun. Yeah, that too. The few light workers help with that. the tide turning enough to save us from a total reset. Well, Terry, it ain't over yet. It ain't over yet. We still got to 2024. We still ain't out of the woods yet on that one. I hope so, but we've got some really negative entities seriously want to see humankind and the planet fail. We as a humankind have done extremely well in waking up. But these other folks are so fucking mean. I gotta use that word on purpose. They're so fucking mean. It don't matter how well we're doing. They just want to see us dead. And so, with help from the Creator and Goddess and everybody, we hope to get through these next 2 years. But has mankind done better? Yes. Have they awakened? Yes. All that is true. But we ain't out of the woods yet. We ain't out of the woods. No, the next couple of years. Now, I don't know if you, Cherry, if you're uh, part of the cause or Dante's channel, but he has stressed, along with messages that I've been getting and other people and stuff. But these next couple of years coming up are really going to be like the final test for a while, and we need to keep the faith. Don't give up. We got to keep the faith. Yeah, 2022, 2027. The 2022, 2024, though, and there have been a lot of references here lately. I mentioned one, like in the most recent um, um, uh, episode of Picard, or one of them anyway, the Star Trek thing, right? They go back to the year 2024 to fix an anomaly. What? Now, I'm just saying the coincidence of things when Dante and other folks have been talking about the 2017 2024 period for a while. We're here now and things are really weird. But then all of a sudden, well, there's the Star Trek 2024. They could have picked any year. And guess what? They picked April 2024, like about where we are, like right now in 2022. I just found that to be scratch heady. Like, are you serious? April and like the 14th and like what 2024? I'm not into numerology and that, but the coinky dink that they used those dates, especially when there's a lot of 2024 stuff out there, right? Just that um that here it is, it shows up in the recent Picard issue thingy episodes. And it's appeared in a few other things too. And if I see any more, I'm going to write them down because I was like, I wish I could remember where I saw the other 2024 um, references that I've seen here recently. Star Trek states World War III starts in 2026. Yeah, and um, the Roddenberry family has property and things down here in Cairo, Georgia. The library in Cairo is the Roddenberry Memorial Library. And so we have some of their kinfolk down here, which is interesting because I've seen UFO activity down around this area. But yeah, he was surely a forward thinker. That's absolutely true. Um, for me, the signs that Dante has shown make me scratch my head the most because of things said, watched over the many years that I have watched him, he has been more accurate than anybody else I've been monitoring for the last 15 years. Which in a lot of ways is like downright scary. But I can't corroborate or whatever everything that Dante has said, but to those things that I can, he's been right on the money. And to those things I don't know about, but I want to know more, especially like his reference in his video today or yesterday about the blue, and then having um, thinking about talking about the portal tonight and the color blue. And I was like, holy crap! There's another blue reference. Anyway, so my dear friends, I agree with you on Dante. Richard, can we prove any of it? Not really. But like I said, there's been too many coinky dinkies on my part. And but we'll see. Am I am I praying for us and the angels to win? You betcha. But we don't know what these other honest to God, I don't want to call them reptilians. I just think don't give them credit. But these monsters that they really want to see us dead. Oh, well, this and that. They want no, they just want to see us dead. It's that basic. Well, it's about money and power. No, back up. They just want to see us dead. Yo, but it's about the old families. And no, it ain't. These entities want to see us dead. That's it. It ain't about money. It ain't about power. It ain't about who's right or wrong. They simply want to see us dead. Period. Um, um, angel protection. So, Richard, after I made that comment, what's your reaction to that one? Yep, dead. No, honey, we're harming each other. Yeah, but no, 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 no. These other entities, they want us all dead. There is no. They want us dead, dead. Our vices to do it. Well, that's slightly part of it, but no, I mean they physically want to kill us. Not slow torture. No, they want us dead. They want to blow the fucking planet up. They want us dead. Okay, vices, fooey. This, that, nah. They want us dead. They want to put a nuke in the middle of the planet and blow us to smithereens, but they are using us to do it for them. No, they're doing it. That's the issue. That was Dante's recent video, like yesterday. They're interfering. It's one thing for us to fight each other, but they're doing stuff that they want us dead. you know, are they using us? Yes. But above and beyond that, they still want us dead. You know, they're going to plant the bomb. I don't think they want the planet there's the way Dante has suggested and other things. One of the I read it years ago. It's on my channel somewhere. The interview with an alien thing way back when. But that that there were entities that simply wanted to blow this planet up. Period. They didn't want to own it. They just wanted it gone. They need a few to do their yeah. But basically, that they want us dead. It's sort of like an honest to God um, um, Star Wars the planet killer thingy. They want to aim one of those at us and blow us to smithereens, period. For whatever their reason is, why do bad guys do bad things? Because they, in watching some of these old sci-fi, there's always the entities that want to destroy the earth, right? Everything is destroy the earth. Well, why? They want to destroy the earth. Is there any reason? No. They want to destroy the earth. These alien entities are basically that. What do they want? They want to destroy the earth. It's really kind of uncanny in that they why? Because they don't like us. They do this and they want to destroy the earth. Is it about the resources? No, they want to destroy the planet. If they blow it up, then they can go around and get all the resources they want from from the pieces. So there are a lot of folks who want to make it like really complicated. Yes. Oh, oh, please understand. I know they're messing with families and they're using us to do these things. Absolutely, I agree 100%. But it boils down to one basic thing. They want to blow us up. They want to get rid of us. Yeah, but this and that. Oh, and the light workers, okie dokie. But if they aim something at us and just blow up the earth, then what good did it do 7 billion people to wake up? Honestly, if what they want to do is destroy the earth. So I have to keep this basic thing in mind with all the competent, all the chaos and all the stuff that's going on. Yes, it is going on, but they still have one thing in mind. They want to destroy the earth and us. Period. I hope we can stop them. I'm all for the Charistus and the cause and anybody else that's out there that's on our side. I'm praying constantly. What do you want me to do about this? Wake up, people. Okay, so here I am at uh, 5 o'clock in the morning, almost 6 o'clock. Crap. No wonder I'm tired. But um, yes, all these things are happening. But remember, some of these folks are like in the cartoons of old, Cybertron, uh, I can't think of the other ones, but the defenders of the earth. Why are these big machines defending the earth? Because there's somebody out there, guess what, who wants to destroy the earth, you know? And it's so like save mankind and mankind needs to work together. But the alien folk still want to destroy the earth. So let's not overthink it because some of these folk, they're that single track mind. They're going to do chaos and create shit along the way because they can and it's fun. They get off on the shit. But basically, they just want to destroy us any way they can. And if we don't do it quick enough for them, they're going to do it for us. But anyway, so, not to be um, negative about this because if they decide to point something at us and they do destroy the earth, you and me ain't going to have shit to do about it. You know what I mean? Except have our spirits and our lives, in good shape, right? For the next round. Yeah, we're in hamsters. They steal hundreds of watch Neil the watch Ratka from what is Ratka from Oats, Richard? Can you help me? Ratka from Oats Studios. I will try to remember that. I'm tired, and I will try to get back to that. Honestly, yeah, there are ET races we don't even know about that are fighting over us. That was explained years and years and years ago. Whether or not it's true or not, but here it's kind of working out that way. So I'm still working for the light. I'm still praying for the positive. I'm still hoping people get their act together, whatever that may be. And I'm still, going to fight against the bad guys in whatever way I can. So I haven't changed my directive. If anything, I'm kind of like stuck both feet in the ground, like, okay, I'm ready. I don't really want to fight, but if you want to, okay. So that's my attitude. And Cherry and Richard and all y'all in the background, I love you all. Thank you. Oat Studios is one of the reptilians. Oh, really? Yeah, for some of them we are, Tracy. Absolutely. But, not all ETs are bad. Not all ETs are reptilian. Not, I mean, it just, that in and of itself is just so absurd. But, people are stuck on every alien is a reptilian or every alien is a Palladian. There's a bunch in between. And for those of us who have read or seen the ARB, the Alien Races book, from guess who? Dante. It's been around for a while now, but look how many races they picked out in the ARB, and how many different faces and factions and who and what they are, and folks like and stuff like that. And some of them just like to put a straw in us and slurp us up. You know, ain't that wonderful? But again, not all of them are like that. And not every ET spaceship is, the bad guys. So, but anyway, yeah, some good dimensional beings. Absolutely. It's like I talked about just a little bit ago when our house burned down, and that spirit was there to wake me up and show himself and get us out of the house before the house burned down. Now, in a way, that's kind of sort of an ET in that he's extraterrestrial, in that he's not of this planet. He was born here, lived his life, and for whatever reason, but his energy has stayed around. So, in that respect, I feel that there are those entities who were here and transformed, transitioned on, whatever, that still help people, like the gentleman who kept us from burning to death. So that's my proof that there's good in this universe and that there are good dimensional beings, So not everything's wicked, mean, bad, and nasty. And in having a conversation on Robert V's channel the other night, I want to say it was Linda, and forgive me if I got her name wrong, but she was on with this and she said that there was a time when she was a child when there was this being that intervened, helped, whatever, that had dark red eyes, but was a shadow being, and but helped her, kept her from being harmed. And so that at the same thing, I was taught by the shaman, by the medicine man, and he said, David, there are dark spirits in the world, but not all of these dark spirits are evil spirits. And just because they're look like shadows doesn't mean they're bad. And but there are some that we will not name and we do not discuss that are they're so bad we don't talk about them. And we don't say their name, we don't discuss about them. That's how bad they are. So To many nations and peoples, this is not new information. Many nations have been repeatedly visited by ET, by their ancestors from the stars. And so this is not a new thing, but these entities who just want to end us, that's sort of new on the grand scope of things. And I think this is my personal opinion, that I think it's like this. If they can't have the planet the way they want it, nobody gets it. Think about that one. So because the Charistus and the Kurs and these other um, ET beings are here to help humanity to keep the planet that's ours, these other folks are like, well, if we can't win this one, screw it. We don't, nobody gets it, because that's their simple mentality. That's the kind of critters, creatures, entities they are. They don't think like us. They don't have any, their rationale that we think that we can like win them over, make a truce, make a thing. Nah, they don't care. They really don't. Wave a white flag and they'll just slaughter you. You know, they have no integrity in that respect. From what I understand, there may not even be honor amongst themselves. Okay, that's how bad it is. So anyway, one book possession to get. But anyway, I think we're going to get through it one way or the other. Um, the information I keep getting is there's a hell of a fight going on, and we don't need to give up. We need to keep having faith in the folks that are fighting for us. Do we know who they are particularly? No. But are they fighting and dying for us? Yes. And should we be grateful? Yes. Should we give thanks? Yes. And should we honor those folks and entities who are fighting and dying for us because they want to see the planet remain to us, to the human beings and hybrids and so forth that are here, like Dante says. And I have believed that for a long time, but he literally came out and said it today, yesterday. So, yeah, there's a big fight going on, and yep, we, we, our job is to keep believing, that we can win, because that positive energy, have we won yet? In a lot of ways, I would say yes, but these crazy people, I call them people, but these crazy entities, they just don't think like us. And we have to remember that. So just be safe, my friends. And please don't lose faith, honestly. Is it crazy out there? Yeah. Do they want us to see us go to war? Yeah. But up to this point, ain't nobody trying. If you think Biden's got his finger on the button, they ain't got that football nowhere near that crazy man. You know what I mean? Now, who's got it? Don't know. We got outside the building. Oh, we got there. Yeah, waking up someplace where you don't know where you've been, that's a strange feeling. I've had that happen to me too. But my friends, stay safe, okay? And I say that creator's got us one way or the other. And stuff can happen at any time, like that tree that fell on my arm and like to broke my arm and my hand. That came out of nowhere. Stuff happens all the time. Is it the spirits? Is it ET? Is God against me? Or I don't know. Sometimes shit just happens. That's all there is to it. And then other times there are folks who want to make things happen to us. So be safe, keep your guard up. And if you're scared all the time, it just draws attention. So stay positive, and we'll talk to you soon. Okay. Thank you all for the great morning, good evening, and hope that all of you will stay safe until the next time we meet. And you can count on that one. So till next time, be safe. See you next time.